Morning, everybody. We're sorry for the slight delay in starting the program. On behalf of the Times of India, I would like to welcome each and every one of you today for a very interactive and knowledgeable session under our Mission Admission initiative. As we all know, for any student to get into the right college is one of the first few big steps to shape his or her career future better. In order to do so, we have some of the best speakers in the industry who are here to share their valuable inputs. Without any further delay, I would like to introduce to our first speaker. He's a man with a vast experience for over 30 years in the fields such as education, IT services, corporate training, and BPO. He's also the founder and managing director of Admizzionz Campuz, one of India's leading career counseling and college admission assistance provider. Mr. Pradeep Narayanan, please come onto the stage. Welcome, sir.
Check. Good morning. So I'm going to try and make up for the little delay which was caused for whatever reasons, but not by kind of cutting short my presentation, but trying to make it more efficient. So the intent of my next 45 minutes or so would be to take you through a whole lot of host of opportunities as far as graduate studies is concerned in India. And I'm going to take you through the vast variety of portfolio of courses. Of course, given the time limitation and the vastness of the opportunity in India, I can't kind of get to cover everything, but I'll try and take you through as many as we can in this short period of time. So as a word of caution, so some of these opportunities may not be applicable in case you have not applied for it already, because some of these applications could have closed. But important thing is to understand that there are courses, and therefore there'll be more alternatives beyond just what's been kind of displayed here. There's a host of information you might want to note down, but then in case you missed something, feel free to ask me, stop me where you want. I'm going to be hanging around for a little while after my presentation, so if you have questions, even after the time we spent on question and answers, feel free to reach out to me. So to begin with, just to kind of give you a size of the opportunity, the higher education system, particularly focused on the undergrad programs, and that's the whole story today. We have 567 universities in this country, roughly about 33,000 colleges, nearly 3,500 engineering colleges. That's the kind of opportunity which you have as far as engineering is concerned, close to 3,850 management schools, and a huge number of law colleges. 1,268 law colleges is what we have in this country, of which about 500 plus are offering 5-year integrated program after class 12. 362 medical colleges, 300 dental colleges, offering roughly about 600 plus courses. That's the variety of choices which you have. So it's a huge system, it's a huge opportunity, and it's time that people start thinking beyond what's right under their nose, what's known to them within their neighborhood circles, friends, advisors, whatever you have. So that's the kind of opportunity which I want you to look at, and here this entire presentation is intended to kind of take you through that kind of briefly the opportunity. And before I get into the main thing, I just want to set a kind of a background, a foundation for this. There's a whole lot of changes which are happening in this country. The Planning Commission set out to make some changes and make some educational reforms, and amongst that, one of the changes is that the undergrad program is going to be a 4-year program. So some universities in the country have already adopted that, many haven't, so you can expect that over the next few years, you will see a big change, and most of the programs will switch to 4-year undergrad programs, and that's the big change. There's a whole lot of interdisciplinary programs, semester systems are being introduced in most of the universities, and the entire process of building up a curriculum will be flexible, and flexibility will be at the hands of the students, and therefore the entire credit-based system is getting introduced. And the whole evaluation and assessment process is going to change, and some of it which we saw in the high school level is now being brought about in the college level. And the Indian government is particularly focused on bringing about research work in all disciplines, and there is a whole lot of initiatives in the program structures, even at the undergrad level, is getting changed to implement a research orientation. It's important for you to understand how the structure of our university system works, and I'm just going to take a couple of minutes just to explain to you so that that will help you to assess what is your probability of success of getting into a college through their admission systems. So there are different kinds of structures as far as the university is concerned. There could be a central university, a state university, a private university, a deemed university, or an autonomous institution. Depending on the kind of university, the way it's been constituted, it will tell you what your chances of admissions are. So a central university is typically a university where a student from anywhere in the country can apply, and they won't be sent out, or they won't be demarcated by virtue of the demography from where they come, or the geography they come from. Whereas a state university, a state government university, will typically have reservations between 50 to 85%, or will have a preferential treatment for students from the local state. The private university, the deemed university, and the autonomous institutions will have their own rules, and you need to figure out what's relevant for you. So to give an example, a state university could be like Indraprasth University in Delhi, or a Delhi University is a central university. So anybody from Mumbai can go there and apply and have an equal chance of getting here. So there are several state universities in the country, and more state universities than the central university. So to that extent, the opportunities for local students is always higher, and that's what you should possibly seek. But then, as I said, central universities give you that extra opportunities. If you're looking to work in the government, it is preferable. I mean, like most of the government jobs demand that you have an undergrad degree from a regular degree awarding institution from India. So if you were planning to go overseas, feel free to do that at a postgraduate level in case you are aspiring to be a government servant, and that's something which you should be wary about. There are lots of industry bodies, and in these industry bodies have got multiple functions. One of them is to approve the institutions, approve the content of programs, and also to register professionals under these councils. So if you are a legal professional, then you've got to register yourself with the Bar Council. So similarly, each of the professions have their own councils. While they regulate several parts of the education, some of them are very powerful bodies. The other part is that you have to register yourself with this institution if you were to practice or go forward in these professions. Also, there are other authorities like UGC, AICT. All of them have different roles to play in terms of the overall approval of an educational institution, setting up the educational institution, content, curriculum, and assessment of the programs. Many of these things are governed by these bodies. An important thing is that it is not that these bodies govern private institutions, they also govern government institutions. So therefore, when you're looking at compliance, it is generally believed that we have to worry about private institutions and not worry about government institutions, but that's not true. You have to worry definitely as much about the government institutions, whether they are compliant and whether their degrees are going to be valid, and therefore your qualification relevant for a job you're seeking. There are lots of other considerations. There are lots of quotas, and let me tell you that these quotas, all of them are not applicable to all institutions. Several institutions apply some of these quotas, and even within those quotas, there are different kinds of definitions. So if you are eligible, and if you think that you are eligible, seek out where these quotas are applicable and then decide to apply. Make sure that you understand the definitions very correctly, failing which you might just be chasing the wrong possible quota. As I said earlier, there are many universities and courses for which the application process commences much before the board exam, and therefore to that extent it would have been closed as well, and some of them the processes would be either completed or would be in the advanced stages of completion. So to that extent there might be some opportunities in case you didn't know about them, you might have missed, but then nevertheless there are so many more that you can potentially seek even now. The whole process of admissions is different in different universities, different programs. So it varies from typically the class 12 base, exam results basis. It could be entrance examination basis. It could be just personal interviews or group discussion basis. It could be a combination of several of these things. So therefore, trying to say that the unilateral method of getting admission into a college in India may not be correct. So there is a diversity of methods, practices and processes which you need to understand and follow if you are seeking admission into a college. And unfortunately, or whatever the case might be, these things keep changing. So what happened last year in Bombay University was very different from what happened the previous year, and what's likely to happen this year, I don't know whether it will be the same as last year. So we will know more about that when the university dean comes and talks to us about it. But the fact is that there are changes, and the changes for the good, and it hopefully helps the student go through this process in a far more smoother and streamlined fashion. The entire eligibility process, the cutoffs, all these things are dependent on how the university looks at what kind of applications comes to them, what is the big things in demand, what is the push which is coming from the students. So therefore it is really a process which can't be defined as something which is 100% cast in stone, but you have to be alert to the possibility that these things are changing, and therefore you need to look at what's happening currently and therefore approach the process accordingly. So moving to the big thing about what are the courses in colleges and what are some of the options. So really I'm trying to highlight across the country what are the big options, course-wise, college-wise, and that's something which the intent is to take you through the big ones, the more visible ones, and some which may not be as visible. I'll try and give you one-liners on some of the colleges, at least to the extent I remember, but the fact is that there are so many in number that I also won't remember. So the academic courses to begin with, and I'll have a section on professional courses as well. So if you look at humanities and social sciences, most of the country still offers the 3-year program, and they have 3 campuses which offers undergrad program, which is Tuljapur, Guwahati and Hyderabad. The admission to that is through an entrance test. IITs are now offering a whole lot of humanities program. IIT Kharagpur and Kanpur offers program in economics, whereas IIT Chennai offers a program in English and developmental studies, which is something which is where any student from any stream can apply, whereas in IIT Kanpur and IIT Chennai, IIT Kharagpur, you have to be a science student and go through the JEE process to get admission into their economics program. BITS Pilani is also offering economics programs, and all these programs are now hugely in demand, even though they are technology institutions, but that's the kind of preference which humanities is getting across the industry as far as employment is concerned. So that demand is reflected in our education infrastructure as well. Some of the colleges which offer humanities and social sciences program across the country, I mean, like St. Stephen's stands out, part of Delhi University, one of the oldest colleges there. Some of the best known names are an alumni from that place. Large number of civil servants come from there. They have, I mean, like, while they follow the Delhi University system, it's not about just cutoffs. The interview process at St. Stephen's is a very, very vital process if you are hoping to qualify as far as admissions into St. Stephen's is concerned. St. Xavier's, right here, I'm like the most well-known name as far as undergrad programs are concerned. It's a most sought-after college across the country, but of course the Mumbaikars are preferred, and they get a lot of preferences in St. Xavier's particularly. The building itself is iconic, and that's something which, when you walk through those corridors, it's a privilege. Madras Christian College in Chennai, again a very, very old college. It's known for its academics, but it's one of the unusual things about that college is that it's got a lake inside that where you will find unusual trees, deers, and all that. Of course, but it's known for its academic reputation, while this is an added flavor to that institution. So there's a whole lot of other institutions, and I've listed them here, and I can talk about each one of them, but I guess this is some of the highlights. If you look at commerce, of course, Mumbai is the commerce city, but of course, there are also huge number of institutions which are fantastic as far as commerce is concerned. Traditionally, most people look at BCom without any suffixes attached to it, but these days there are a lot of variations available. And depending on the variation, you could have a content which could be helpful to you in chasing a particular vertical or a specific career in that. So that's something which you will find relevant, and therefore what's important is that you have to choose what is relevant for you. If you are looking to do a CA or an ICW or a company secretary, there are some programs which actively support you in doing your CA program or a ICWA program, but there are some universities which specifically preclude you from that possibility. So that's something which you should be very, very careful about. So if you are looking at doing CA or any other professional qualifications along with your undergrad commerce program, choose your university and the course appropriately, and that could help you in finishing a challenging program like a CA program. Some of the top colleges as far as commerce is concerned, Delhi of course is Sriram College of Commerce. Their faculty is supposed to be absolutely brilliant. Some of the top books written in commerce space is from the faculty of Sriram College of Commerce. Again, a very, very old institution. The St. Joseph's College of Commerce in Bangalore, again, a whole lot of PhDs teach there, and they have, in that sense, a powerful faculty, which is a highlight of that particular college. The St. Xavier's College in Calcutta is so much in demand that they actually have 3 different shifts. So the college starts at 6 in the morning and ends at 8. So they run 3 different shifts of college for the same college, and that's the kind of push and pressure that particular college has for its courses. Sciences, again, mostly it's 3-year programs, but then there are some specific programs outside that, which is 4-year BS programs and the 5-year integrated programs. A whole lot of universities offer the traditional physics, chemistry, biology, botany, zoology kind of programs. But there are lots of other universities which are offering programs in biotech, biochem, microbiology, marine science, food science. So those kind of specializations are available for science students, and that's something which can create a different set of opportunities. Like for humanities, you have the same kind of option of specializing in the final year, specializing through the 3 years, or going to the dual mode, combination mode. Those are possibilities which can be used to your advantage. And that, of course, is not determined by you, it's determined by the university and the course being offered. Some of the important institutions as far as sciences is concerned, IIT Chennai and IIT Kharagpur, not for the engineering piece is what I am highlighting here, it's for the integrated science programs, so physics and chemistry and those kind of programs is what I am talking about. So IIT Kharagpur, IIT Chennai and BITS Pilani offer the 5-year integrated program which are leading to a postgraduate degree. Then of course they have some top-notch institutions set up by the Government of India called Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, National Institute of Science, Education, Research, Center for Basic Sciences, Department of Atomic Energy in Mumbai. All of them offer MSc or BSMS integrated programs. And if you are focused and wanting to study sciences and in a research-oriented environment, these are absolutely the best-in-class institutions. Most of their admissions are either through IIT JEE or through the BITS BITSAT. There is another exam called NEST for one of the set of institutions. Then of course there is a scholarship program through which you can make an entry into some of these programs. Hindu College in Delhi University again, it's an adversary for Stephens. People who study in Hindu are always competing with the Stephens students. This is one college which has got a whole lot of foreign students. So if you're looking at an international community to study with, then Hindu College, particularly for sciences, is a great option. If you look at Presidency University in Calcutta, again started off as a university or college called Raja Ram Mohan, started by Raja Ram Mohan College as Hindu College, but then later on became Presidency and is now a university. Again, a fantastic university when it comes to science programs. Nizam's College in Hyderabad, one of the oldest colleges in that space, used to be under Osmania University. Now it's an independent institution, again offering some very good research-oriented programs. And one of the good things about that university is that they got some very good societies within the student community which promotes research in a big way. And so if you are looking at science research and a university like Nizam's College, then it's a great option. Mathematics, in my word on this is that if you're good at mathematics, My belief is mathematicians are going to rule the world going forward. What IT guys did for 2 decades is what the mathematicians are going to do through data management applications. So that's something which you will find that many new institutions are coming up, but then the existing ones itself are fantastic. You could, as I said, like the specialization, you could specialize in mathematics right from word go. There are lots of specializations with other than traditional mathematics, like statistics, actuarial science, and that's something which you can do at an undergrad level. CMI, or Chennai Mathematical Institute, is one of the best probably in the world as far as mathematics is concerned. You don't pay to study there, the institute gives you money to study there, and getting into CMI is an absolute privilege as far as many students are concerned. Many students prefer that over even IITs. ISI offers programs in stats and maths at Calcutta and Bangalore. And the entire process of admission to CMI and ISI is through a specific entrance test, and that's something which could be challenging. If you look at colleges beyond CMI and ISI, there are lots of institutions across the country. In Delhi University, Miranda House, it's a women's college, and one of the best faculties they have is mathematics, and to that extent, it's a great place to do mathematics. The Mount Carmel College in Bangalore, again, is some place where it's renowned for their partnerships with several NGOs and government institutions and private bodies supporting research in a big way. Loyola College in Chennai, a very famous institution. They have a diversity of programs. Again, the mathematical department is supposed to be exceptional, and it's been around for a long time. So some of the great mathematicians have studied in Loyola. Moving to professional courses, mostly the programs are of 3-year duration, except in Delhi University where everything has shifted to 4, and that is a reflection as far as the management education is concerned. There are some universities, very few of them currently offering the 5-year integrated program in management, and that's something which has picked up very well. Lots of people committed to get into the corporate world, want to be an entrepreneur, want to get into management roles, are committing themselves to these kind of programs right from word go. And if they find that the institution is good, they are okay to go right through till the post-graduation immediately after school. There are variants of the management degrees which come to you. There could be a BBA or a BBS or a BMS, BBM. All these are pretty much nomenclatures with very little content variation. This is a university determined nomenclature, and therefore to that extent, if there is a choice which is being exercised, I think you probably need to look at the content more than the title, and that's what should be your consideration. Majority of these places look for mathematics as an eligibility, but there are lots of institutions which will overlook maths for an undergrad BBA program. Virtually all of them use entrance examinations as a basis for admissions, and you could, though personally I think that specialization at an undergrad level is not in depth, but then there is a possibility that there's a flavor which is added in these programs when you're looking at doing a management program at an undergrad level. If you're looking at studying management, there are a whole lot of institutions, a whole lot of them, and most of them have will give you opportunities to kind of get employment immediately after that. The Amity School of Business and the Symbiosis Center for Management Studies both are private institutions. Both of them have great infrastructure. Symbiosis has 2 campuses, one in Pune, one in Noida. Noida one is relatively new, so it still hasn't established itself with a great reputation yet, but then it's in the Symbiosis family, so it's generally assumed that it should do a good job. IIM Indore was one of the first to offer the 5-year integrated program in management. The important thing is that their undergrad degree is awarded by IGNOU, and the postgraduate diploma is awarded by IIM Indore. Since it is the only IIM which is offering the 5-year integrated program, it's hugely in demand. There is a multi-step process through to get admissions. There are about 120 seats, and therefore the pressure on that system is huge. So if you are aspiring for that, it's a great option. But then the process to get in there could be pretty challenging. There are several other universities which are offering the 5-year integrated program, and to that extent, you can select several of them. Even Christ is a university which is their business program is considered one of the best. And if you are looking at Bangalore as a location, and you can expect to get a very good program. Just remember, many of these colleges, particularly Christ, is very, very sticky on attendance, and therefore, if you are a focused student, and this could be a great option. Journalism and mass communication, again a 3-year program. There are lots of degrees awarded as far as this is concerned. The BJMC, the Bachelor of Journalism and Mass Communication, is the most commonly used nomenclature. So Bachelor of Journalism, Mass Communication, Media Studies. So those are independent degrees which are verticalized, and some universities and institutions offer this as a separate degree to if you are wanting to focus on that. Most of them do have entrance examination for admission into these colleges, and there are very specific focused specializations which are possible, especially with the undergrad journalism and mass media programs. There's a fair amount of specialization, and they teach a lot of that in that specialization. So to that extent, here the specialization is meaningful in case you are very clear which way you want. Again, lots of colleges which offer journalism and mass communication. Lady Shri Ram College in Delhi is known to be one of the finest as far as this is concerned. Of course, Lady Shri Ram College is by itself known to be a very, very reputed college, and getting admission into that needs significantly good marks. Till last year, they used to have an entrance for, till last year, for entrance for the journalism and mass communication program. Last year it wasn't there. This year, again, it's unlikely that there will be an entrance for this. There are some others which will have entrance or interview process. So Symbiosis, for example, has an interview process which is, and the entrance examination process which you have to follow. Ashutosh College in Calcutta, a 100-year-old institution, huge institution. They have some 4,000 students, 50 classrooms and stuff like that. It's again an institution which is pretty reputed as far as journalism and mass communication is concerned. Hotel management. There are about 275 schools across the country, and many of them are set up by hotel chains, and now this entire space is getting really heated up, huge demand as far as hotel management professionals are concerned. There are a variety of degrees which are offered by these institutions. So you could be in the overall space of hospitality, and that's the umbrella industry, if I were to call it. That is what will give you an opportunity to get into different kinds of industries within the entire hospitality, tourist and travel industry. Good part of admissions into the hotel management schools is through one single entrance examination, and that's something which gets you opportunities in multiples of institutions. But then many others, like the hotel chains, do have a separate process. Some of them have the entrance examination, but many of them have intense interaction and review process of the individual's personality, and that's what will get you into those hotel chains. And the good thing about getting into a hotel chain-based hotel management school is that you have practical opportunities to practice whatever is being taught, and then it's pretty much a guaranteed employment if you successfully complete those programs in the period and through the assessment process they are specified. I guess my computer decided to kind of stop. I'll probably need some help to sort this out. Computer attack gaya. आगे नहीं आ रहा. Sorry about that. So there are lots of institutes of hotel management. Delhi amongst that is one of the oldest, was set up in 1962 in Pusa. One thing great about them is that the number of international placements are fantastic, and they are probably one of the most accredited institutions as far as global recruitment is concerned. They have some great labs in terms of kitchens and bakery labs and stuff like that. So if you're looking at hotel management, that's one of the best. The Rizvi College here in Mumbai is again very reputed. They have a kind of association with the Association of Hotels and Motels of United States. The course curriculum is frequently updated, and to that extent they remain relevant and something which keeps that college one of the best known in the space. There are other universities and colleges, SRM and Manipal, for example. They have their own 5-star or 4-star and 3-star hotels within the campus, and that gives them a real opportunity to teach the students live as to what's going on. So while they are not a part of hotel chains, but then they kind of replicated that through their own hotel or the infrastructure which they created for particularly for these students. Law, again, a very, very popular option. Typically, you can do law in 2 different ways. One, you do your graduation and then go on to do a 3-year program after your graduation. The other is you get on with the 5-year integrated law program. So if you are looking at the 5-year integrated law program, then there are variants of that available, nomenclatures of BA LLB, BAC LLB, BB LLB, BTech LLB. So many variations are there, but the core is that it's LLB, and therefore if you're looking to become a legal professional, so then I think what you should be focusing on is the LLB piece. There are 524 institutions in this country offering 5-year integrated law programs of the 1,200 odd law schools in this country. The top amongst them, of course, is the National Law Schools. There are 14 of them, and the admission for that is through the common law admission test. There are lots of other admission tests. One of the most other popular ones is LSAT, which covers a fair number of institutions through that particular exam. There are also some very good institutions in the country which only admit students based on class 12 marks, and that's something which is important to note. So if you haven't done any of the entrance and still looking at law admissions, there's a great opportunity here. Amongst the many law schools, National Law School, Bangalore, most people talk about, but I just want to have a statement or two on National Law School Delhi. It's a fairly most recent school. Their first batch finished in 2013. It was set up, and the head of the institution is the same gentleman who set up Nalsar in Hyderabad, Dr. Admizzionz. And the fact that it is in Delhi just adds value because a lot of Supreme Court judges, some of the top advocates and leading legal professionals go and support that institution in terms of teaching the students there. They have a whole lot of activities which helps the students to do extremely well in their profession. The Government Law College Mumbai is the oldest law college in this country, and it's got a phenomenal library. It's a institution. If again you step in there, it's got an air of excellence, and the admission to that is based on class 12 marks, and therefore if you are looking at Government Law College Mumbai, you have still a great chance because the process is yet to start. The Symbiosis Law School, again, they got 2 of them, one in Noida and one in Pune. It's through an entrance process, and there's a whole lot of others which I have listed here. If you're looking at engineering, lots of people believe that if you have not written the JEE exam, then you're done with it. Actually, there's so many other ways, or other examinations and considerations which goes into the engineering admission process. Given the fact that the capacity of the engineering schools in this country is so huge, there is always more capacity and lesser students. So therefore, getting admission into an engineering college is not as much of a challenge. It's important that you find the right college which can take you through the program and make sure that you are gone to your next important step as far as your career is concerned. That's what is more critical. There are lots of specializations. There are 34 specializations as prescribed by the university system, but then there are variants of that available, and so to that extent the number of degrees which you will get in engineering with variants of specialization is huge. There are lots of institutions which offer 5-year integrated programs. And then there is this unique institution called the Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, which is based in Trivandrum, which is the only institute in Asia which offers specialization in avionics, aerospace science, and physical sciences. So if you have an aspiration to be a space scientist, then this is a great place. And you can go ahead and study, pursue your higher education, and even land up in a place like NASA. Notable mentions, obviously the IITs and the ISMs, but I think there is a whole lot of other institutions other than that. The NITs, which has traditionally been very, very strong engineering institutions across the country, and there are 34 of them. And there is a whole lot of other institutions across the country like NSIT, the Delhi Technological University, Thapar University, and lots of colleges in Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. There's a whole lot of them which is there. And the point is that the admission process, of course, has been eased out a lot more this year. A lot more universities and a lot more states are now accepting JEE mains as the basis, and you don't have to write separate exams. And to that extent, the stress on the student to transit into an engineering college is a lot more easier. Lots of private universities, BITS leads amongst them. They have their separate examination called BITSAT, and there are all others like SRM, VIT. Everybody conducts their own examinations. Also, I think it's important to note that there are some universities which doesn't conduct an entrance examination based on your physics, chemistry, mathematics knowledge, and that's something which stands out. They look at more at aptitude and the learning potential, and they have assessment tools to do that. If you're looking at studying engineering, obviously you know about most of them. I just want to kind of pick up some which normally is not talked about. IIIT Delhi is one great institution led by a gentleman, very well-known academician called Dr. Pankaj Jalote. The chairman of that institution is Dr. Kiran Karnik. Again, they got a host of fantastic faculty there. IIIT Hyderabad is also, it's one of the oldest IIITs. And to that extent, their focus, even at the undergrad level, is research. And the focus, of course, is computer science. VIT, quite well known, but reiterate, they have 2 campuses. They have Chennai and Vellore. It's a huge institution. It's an ocean. So the number of students going in and going out of that institution is in thousands. If you're looking at architecture, there are different modes. An important thing for you to note is that you don't have to be a science student to be an architect. You can be a commerce student, you can be a humanities student, but you have to have mathematics. So if you have mathematics, you can write the entrance examination called NATA and get to apply in several architecture colleges and get admission into that. The other method, of course, is the JEE process, and then for IITs, you also, in addition to the JEE process, have to write an aptitude test. So there is mostly it is NATA, but then there are some specific universities who will demand a separate entrance examination, but then they are very, very few. Some of the top colleges in this space, the School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, again a very, very old institution. I think, if I remember right, it was set up in 1962. It's got a huge library of some 60,000 odd books. And again, some of the best known town planners and the big architects are from the School of Planning in Delhi. The Sir J.J. College of Architecture in Mumbai, it's the building of Sir J.J. College itself is a classic. It's a monument, and therefore I guess it starts from there and is again known to be one of the best as far as this space is concerned. The University of Anna University School of Planning and Architecture again has an unusual thing. It's like any other college, but then they have a lab which is called the Materials Lab. So they kind of teach a whole lot of stuff and educate people on the materials which are used in building, which could be contemporary, which could be modern, whatever. So there's a big focus, and that's something which stands out as far as the School of Architecture and Planning, Anna University, is concerned. Design, there is a whole range of programs which are available. It is traditionally we heard of fashion design and product design, but then it's gone beyond that. There's a whole lot of focus on visual communication, interior design, user experience design. There are several options now beginning to happen as far as the design space is concerned. So if you are creative, there is a whole lot of things which are available in this space, and the number of institutions are growing by the day. Of course, the most well-known one is the National Institute of Design. It's considered one amongst the best 4 in the world. Their programs are basically focuses product design, but then they have now added things like user experience design, textile design always was there. So they have a few specialization. They are right now it's only in Ahmedabad, but then they are also adding some more campuses. NIFT, they have 15 campuses, and their traditional programs apart, they have a very interesting program called Fashion Communication. So in case you're not looking at design, but you're looking at communication, that's again an absolutely great option. Srishti is one of the private design schools, has earned a very great reputation. But if you're looking at higher education, you just need to be careful that that qualification is accepted by the institution which you are possibly going to look at for your post-graduation. But otherwise, its content, the way of delivery, its reputation has been enhancing by the day. If you're looking at medicine, one of the most challenged disciplines as far as getting admissions are concerned, fewest number of colleges compared to the demand. There's only 362 medical colleges and 300 dental colleges, offering about 45,000 seats in medicine and about 24,000 odd seats in dental. But the process is like, there was a process which was introduced last year, it's been changed again this year. So there's an all India pre-medical test which is done. Roughly about close to about 7.5 lakh students write this exam, so you can imagine the pressures on the student. Earlier there was only one All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Now there are several. So there are 6 more which has been added. So totally 672 seats as far as AIIMS is concerned. And therefore, to that extent, there's a number of opportunities a wee bit increased. But just remember, getting admission into a medical college is a privilege, is a challenge. And if you go through it, it's a great feeling of success. Of course, that just gets you started. Colleges like the Madras Medical College and the Calcutta Medical College, both of them started long back. I think it's 1835 or something like that. So very old colleges and very reputed colleges. The fact is that they are attached to huge hospitals, so therefore their ability to go and practice, learn is absolutely humongous. Kasturba Medical College in Mangalore is also is the first private medical college actually. Again, enjoys a huge reputation, has built it over a huge number of years, and getting admission to any of these would be fantastic. If you're looking at paramedicine, there's a whole lot of opportunities. So the entire space of paramedicine is one of the most untapped options. So people who are looking at medicine, I would strongly encourage you to look at paramedicine. Paramedicine is a space which gives you respect, which gives you remuneration, which gives you the flexibility, and gives you a social status which is normally not understood. So in several states in this country, you can actually add the word doctor if you are a paramedic qualified with a certain kind of qualifications. So paramedics classifications typically physiotherapists, occupational therapists, radio or technology people, speech therapists, pharmacists. All these are people who are in the paramedicine space. And getting to do a program here is challenging, exciting, and that's something which I would strongly encourage, especially people who are focused on medicine and are looking at alternatives. There are lots of institutions as far as physiotherapy is concerned, lots of it for occupational therapy, but I just do want to talk about the GS8 Medical College here in Mumbai. It is the largest college as far as paramedicine is concerned, both at undergrad and postgrad, so, and therefore the opportunity here in that particular college itself is huge. Of course, there are a whole lot of other colleges. MS Ramaiah offers, as a part of the medical college system, they offer programs in physiotherapy. Occupational therapy is again offered by several universities, including SRM, and then a whole lot of other places which you can kind of approach. And not that the admission here is easy, but it isn't as difficult as what it might be to get an MBBS program. If you're looking at other institutions, medical lab technicians and the entire radio imaging technology, it's something which is exciting. Most of the medical colleges are offering these programs as an additional thing to their MBBS programs, and therefore these people are becoming more and more important to the overall healthcare services sector. And if you look at the demand for these guys, is fine and visual arts and pretty much the entire creative space. So if you have a good hand, you have a good conceptualization capability, then these are programs which could be hugely relevant. And that's a space which is becoming more and more popular. Lots of students are really getting after this. And as again, you can practice on your own several of these things, and that's something which is the added attraction for several students. Lots of private institutions offer degree programs in the automated piece of the creativity area. The College of Art Delhi is a very old college. They offer a BFA program. JJ School of Art in Mumbai, again, they have specialization in sculpture, painting, murals, and so different kinds of specializations are offered by this institution. The Bharati University, Vishwabharati University in Shantiniketan, a university set up by Rabindranath Tagore with his Nobel Prize money. They focus hugely on the entire creative space. So you will find art, sculpture, painting, music, dance as a part of Vishwabharati University, and they award degrees in that space. If you're looking at performing arts, music, dance, theatre, all these can get you degrees, and can get you degrees from very reputed institutions, and they are typically 3-year, 4-year programs depending on the university which you go to. So there is a college in Lucknow which actually gives you even an intermediate program. So even after class 10, you can do a 2-year intermediate program in music or dance or whatever those specializations are. Most of them will give you degrees in vocal, instrumental, and specific kind of dance forms. So MS University in Vadodara, for example, can give you a Bachelor of Performing Arts in Bharatanatyam or some other dance forms as well. The Rabindra Bharati University in Calcutta has the whole lot of specializations as far as dance and music is concerned, and you can pick them up, whether it is instruments like tabla, harmonium. You can go and do an undergrad program in that. So if you're looking at something different, wanting to build on your talent, then these are great opportunities. So just as I close, and I just want to leave this slide in your mind, is that there's so many other programs, and I just can't list all of them. So they're unusual. If you think that this is something which is interesting to you, seek information and try and chase it. The good thing is that it is unusual. The risk is that you may not find too many jobs, especially at this stage, since it is unusual. But if you are willing and up to the risk, then these are some interesting programs. BTech in Wine Technology happens in Maharashtra itself. The BSc in Exercise Science is offered by Sri Ramchandra University in Chennai. BTech in Humanities and BTech in Innovation is offered by Delhi University. And BA in Public Administration is offered by a lot of institutions. So does BA in Filmmaking in a few institutions across the country. There are a few right here in Mumbai. And of course, there are many more. So that's what I thought I'll kind of share this with you. That's a whole lot of information. Not too sure how much you could absorb, but I'm happy to take questions if you have some. And otherwise, I'm around. You can ask me questions after the session.
The marks scored by them. Now, one more thing. Every human being has got some talent or other, some liking or other, some capability or other. A very common example, which all of you are aware. Sachin Tendulkar, the king of cricket. You know about his academic background? He was very bad at studies. His father was a professor in English. If his father wanted Sachin to become an English professor, what would have happened to him? And more than that, what would have happened to English? But the father realized Sachin had got talent in cricket. And father encouraged that. He has become number one in that. I am sharing this example with you because the marks are less, don't underestimate your children. They are good in something else. Identify which is the strong point and help them in developing in that. I tell you one more real story. In my college, one boy who got a good first class at HSC joined for BCom Accounting and Finance. Semester 1, he failed in 5 subjects. Now, more important is, first mother contacted me and she told me about her family background. Father is a senior defense officer. I told, I prefer to talk to both of you. And please invite your child also. All the 3 came. I first asked the boy, how is your attendance? Record, I verified. So father said he was coming to college every day. I checked the attendance. Attendance was not that great. Then he asked me, what happened? What's your problem? Had you difficulty in following the teacher? No. Then the son was hesitating to answer what exactly has happened. I requested the parents to remain outside my room for 5 minutes so that I could interact with the boy alone. After 2-3 minutes, he opened up. He said, sir, I did not want to go for BCom. I wanted to go for animation. Father said, nothing doing, you must first do a degree and then we think of something else. He was compelled to go for BCom Accounting and Finance. He never liked it. He failed in all the subjects. I told the parents, the counseling is required for you. Identify what is the liking of your son and encourage him in developing that. Animation, he may become number 1. So, these 2 stories I told you to the parents to inform you that please don't compel your students to go for any particular course. Now, as far as higher studies are concerned, school education up to 10th standard, strictly speaking, junior college also is a part of school education. The real college education starts only from undergraduate program. First year BA, BSc, BCom or anything else. Up to school, up to 10th standard particularly, you were wearing uniform under the strict control of parents as well as teachers. Junior college, little bit more freedom. And degree, remember you are not a child. 17 years, 18 years. 18 years you are capable of electing the Prime Minister of India. You are matured. You should identify which study will give you happiness. And please remember, this I tell everywhere. Please remember, enjoy whatever you are doing. If you can't enjoy your studies, you cannot excel in that. Therefore, identify which area you like. You take suggestion from 100 people. Your parents, your relatives, your neighbors, your teachers, you ask anybody. But at the end of it, remember, decision should be yours. The people who will give you advices are there only with you for some time, including your parents. They are not going to be there till the end of your life. Therefore, see, there is a lot of difference between information and knowledge. Information is very easy for you. But I'm sure all of you are in Facebook and WhatsApp and whatnot. Internet facility. Any information about any program, any college, any management institute is at the tip of your finger. But don't be carried away. Evaluate everything properly. Consult with your parents, your relatives, teachers, etc., etc. Also ask yourself, where do I want to go? And then select the best institute, the best course. Just because a particular job is going to give you a lot of remuneration, please don't go for that. Please don't go for that. Because believe me, money does not give you happiness. Money gives you happiness only to a certain extent. If you're hungry, you need food. But if your basic needs are met, when more money comes, that is not going to give you any further happiness. If that was the case, Mukesh Ambani would have been the happiest person in India. Is he? I don't think. I shared a newspaper, Times of India report, which appeared about a year back. A 26-year-old IIM Ahmedabad candidate, 26-year-old, working on the middle-level executive cadre in an MNC. Times of India carried the news. Died of heart attack. I am not sharing that story to make you scared. It is to make you to think about it. What is the cause for heart attack? It doesn't happen because of virus or bacteria. Life in a city like Mumbai is stressful. And your lifestyle gives you more stress. The fast food and, all those things. Our thinking is most important. One problem, common problem with many parents is, I am not saying you have that problem. Parents start comparing. My friend's child, oh, he has gone to so-and-so institute. Where are you? That gives complex in the mind of your children. Don't compare your child with somebody else's children. Find out what gives your child happiness. Select such a course. And believe me, no course is bad. In Mumbai situation, there has been a trend for decades together. Everybody wants commerce or management, unless they go for science and engineering or medical or IT. If a student takes BA, arts, history, BA in history, generally people say, hey, kyun liya hai? But do you know, to become an IAS officer or IPS officer, people believe that taking history is most convenient to become, because every other subjects there is development changes very fast. You have to update after this. Civil service examination, all new things are asked. History, much changes do not take place. So people find it more convenient to go for history or learn history to prepare for civil services examination. Now, what I mean to say is, there is no course which can be considered as bad. What is important is, are you ready to excel in that particular course? Well, when you go to PG, post-graduation, particularly management and engineering, not only the marks that you score, from where you got the degree also is important in the job market. The premier business schools in India, starting from Indian Institute of Management, and when you talk about Mumbai, I hope many of the parents are aware, there are 3 types of management institutes. University institutes or university affiliated institutes, deemed to be universities, and private universities. It doesn't matter where you are going, but remember that institute should be reputed. And to get admission in a reputed institute, what is required? You have to score good marks at the respective entrance examination. IIM, they conduct the All India test. The deemed to be university like NMIMS, Vile Parle, they conduct their test. The private universities like SP Jain, Andheri, Bhavan's campus, they have their own examinations. Well, management is one aspect. University affiliated institutes like our JBIMS, Jamlalal Bajaj Institute of Management, Churchgate, and many other affiliated institutes like Wellinger, Chedna, many are there. That one. Now, since many of you have come here after passing 10 standards, your options are mainly 3. Junior college, whether you want to go for arts, science, or commerce. Suppose you do not want to take a final decision at this juncture, go for science. If you like it, please don't go because I told you or anybody else tell you. Why I am telling you science is, if you want to postpone your decision by 2 more years, science gives you more options after 12th standard. I will explain that. Suppose you take commerce. After 12th standard you want to go for medical. You can't go. Because for going for MBBS or dentistry or whatever, you should have studied science at the junior college level. But if you want to go for, you want to become a management expert, MBA, after 12th science also you can go for BCom. Alright? That is not a barrier. But it is always better you decide, you plan your future after 10th itself, so that you are on the right track right from beginning. Well, unless you want to go for medical and engineering, and if you want to go for to become a professional like CA, ICWA or CS or MBA, then you can opt for commerce. Suppose you want to proceed in the area of media, film industry, advertising, etc., etc., and even civil services. But generally in Mumbai, very few students go for civil services examination to become a bureaucrat. Mumbai is the financial capital of India, no? People want fast buck. Management. About the institutes, I am a teacher, let me tell you with all sincerity. Of course, you have already decided कौन सा institute में कौन सा college में admission लेने का है. And उधर नहीं मिलेगा तो you will become very sad. You believe it or not. every institute, every college is more or less the same. It's only the name. And maybe the canteen and the, infrastructure. Teaching, I would say every college is more or less at the same level. Of course, infrastructure you have to see. Before taking admission anywhere, go and see the computer laboratory, go and see the classrooms. Okay? And quality, let me tell you, any college which provides quality, getting students is not a problem. If the quality is bad, it is like an old English saying. You can cheat somebody for some time, not everybody for every time. If the quality is bad, slowly the college will come down. So college is not to be taken as a major factor. Most important is selecting your course. And to you, my young students, please don't choose a course because your friend has taken that. Your life should not be like a fish in a flowing water. Pani kidhar jayega, machli bhi udhar jayega. Do that. You have an informed, well thought of decision what you want to become. And any job as per your liking. If you get it, you get enjoyment. Let me tell you one more example. Teaching. Some 10 years back when I asked my MCOM students also, after MCOM what do you want to become? Nobody used to tell me I want to become a professor. Again, Times of India carried a news. The topper of IIM Ahmedabad has opted for becoming a professor. He is a teacher. Teaching now has become a very lucrative position. And let me tell you, if you like the job, you get a lot of satisfaction. The police inspector, Daya Naik, was my student in 1986. Even today when he gives an interview with the TV or something, he remembers me. He tells, I learned this from so and so. And on 5th of September, I get a phone call from many students who studied even in 1980s. This gives you a lot of satisfaction. Even if you're an executive in a multinational company, you are dealing with papers. You are dealing with files. Here you can create life. Teaching. I am not advertising for teachers. Okay? But I must tell you, I strongly believe, if you are not very, very ambitious, particularly for a lady, teaching is, in my opinion, the best job. Because financially it is very attractive. Do you know? A college teacher starting salary comes to more than 50,000 rupees, 50. And after about 7-8 years, it will cross 1 lakh. Money is not that important. A lady can manage the home as well as office without tension in that profession. And the parents are very much aware. Today, working as an executive in a company, earlier there were 2 timings, entry time and exit time. Today there is only 1 time, entry time. Exit time after you complete your work. And if you are in a responsible position, even at 9 o'clock at night when you leave your office, you carry a part of your office with you home in your laptop to do it after reaching home. Stress comes. So in short, what I want to tell you here is, you take an informed decision about what course you want to select. College, I would prefer the college which is considered to be good, not necessarily the best, which is near to your residence. A student staying in Virar with great difficulty taking admission in HR College, Churchgate, how much time is unnecessarily wasted for commuting? क्या फर्क पड़ता है? Except the parents proudly can say, my child is in HR. I am telling you this not as a talk, sharing from my heart. My daughter, now she appeared for 12th standard, 12th science. I stayed Bangur Nagar, Goregaon. She got 92.5% marks in SSC 2 years back. I asked her, where do you want to go? She asked me, you suggest. I said, no, you tell me. Earlier, science means Ruparel. Okay? Or then it comes to Sathe, this, that, etc. I told her, see, with this percentage, you can get admission anywhere. But in my opinion, you take admission in a college which is near to your place. She took admission in Patkar College, Bangur Nagar Patkar College, almost walkable distance. What is the difference in taking admission in a particular college? I don't think there is any. You have to take your time, your quality time for studies. And to my young friends, don't study to convince your parents. Because generally, every student has got a complaint. I am sure the parents will agree with me. Students will say, oh, I was studying for 5 hours. Then I closed the book and tried to recollect what did I study. I don't remember anything. Is it not happened with you? See, it is because you study for showing to somebody that you are studying. Even your parents. Enjoy your study also. The moment you think you are not able to grasp, concentrate, please close your book. Don't continue. So that quality study time is available if you take admission near to your house. Don't travel too much for joining a particular college. Find out what are your most interesting areas. As I told you, everybody has got some talent or other. Some of you are very good at calculations, analysis type. Some of you are very good at articulating things, writing an essay. Parents can sometimes make out that. You know, again, let me share a personal example. My son, he was very introvert, talk very less. When he was in 11th standard, he used to travel with me. I used to go to college, so I used to take him in my car. So one day I got ready early and he was to take another 10 minutes more. So I just opened his notebook. That was English composition, 11th standard. The teacher in the junior college asked the students to write an essay about my first day in this college. I happened to read that. I realized he was very good at articulating things. And then later on he started writing some poems like, I told him, you continue. and don't destroy that, keep it. We can publish it. See, small things from your children you can locate, you can identify what are the strong points of your children. Encourage them in that. That will make them the best in that area. So those who are articulative, particularly good command over English, or interest in the language, even language also is a very good area to develop. English literature. Even, why not even Marathi literature? Or any other local language. See, as I told you, I repeat, no course is bad. Wherever you go, whatever you choose, you should excel in that area. And you can excel if you have an interest in doing that. So, my dear parents, find out what are the strengths of your children. What are the likings of your children. And find out what are the best areas in that field. Encourage your children to march ahead in that area. I am sure you will become proud parents because your children excel in that area. Right? Well, as far as University of Mumbai Commerce and Management matters are concerned, you know, there are many misunderstandings about the admission matters. Some universities conduct entrance examination. Mumbai University, for any degree program, as far as commerce, let me spell it out. Degree level, we have the traditional BCom. There are self-financing programs which have started in the early 2000s. One is Bachelor Degree in Management Studies, short form BMS. And please remember, the BMS is same as BBA in other universities. Mumbai University, we don't conduct MBA. Mumbai University has named it as MMS, Master's Degree in Management Studies. So, the younger part of that is, the undergraduate part of that is BMS. Another one is BCom, Accounting and Finance. Short form people call it as BAF, BCom, Accounting and Finance. The third undergraduate program in commerce is BCom, Financial Market. Apart from BCom, we have BMS, we have BAF, we have BFM, and the fourth one is Bachelor Degree in Banking and short form we call it as BBI. Right? Not every college has got all these 5 programs. BCom is the most common one. Some colleges are having. Some colleges are having. BCom Accounting and Finance, BBI, and BFM. BFM has got in less number of colleges. Now, it is also pertinent to tell you that current year, 2013-14, university has prepared for some other courses. Prepared for some other courses. They are called as innovative programs. These courses are coming into effect from the coming academic year, that means from June 2014. They are, one is BCom in Transport Management. Transport Management. So far no college is having that. Colleges have applied for that. University has completed the procedures of, you know, checking the facility of the college and all those matters. Refer the matter to the government. Government permission may come by the end of May, and the colleges which have got this permission will advertise for that. BCom Transport Management. Another one is BCom in Investment Management. capital market, stock market related areas. BCom investment management. And the third one is BCom financial management. And one more is there, BCom environment management. The four innovative programs have been now proposed to be started from the coming academic year. For getting admission in traditional BCom, the eligibility is you must have passed the 12th standard. 25 बार बैठ के पास होगा तो भी चलेगा. To take admission in self-financing or, BMS, BAF, BBI, BFM programs, it is compulsory. You must have passed in the single attempt. No repeater can be admitted. And second, you must have got minimum 45% marks at HSC. If a candidate belongs to backward community, there is a 5% concession, 40%. Otherwise, 45% is mandatory to take admission for BMS, BAF, BBI type courses. And please remember, the admission is based only on merit. No entrance examination can be conducted by any college for taking admission for BAF, BBI, BFM or any other courses. Reservations as applicable. I advise you that please go to Times of India's website about this program. I went through that yesterday. They have written all the procedures very, very nicely. The admission procedures, the reservation percentage, everything is mentioned in that. You get clear information from the website. That's about the admission procedure. Again, those who like accountancy, those who want to make a career in CA, Chartered Accountancy, may opt for BCom in Accounting and Finance. Because in Accounting and Finance, the stress is given for accountancy papers. For CA, you are learning more accountancy. So that may help you more. Otherwise, any course, again as per your liking, you want to make a career in banking, you may go for BBI. All right? Now, when you come to degree, almost every college in Mumbai University, the lectures begin at 7 o'clock. And for commerce programs, the last lecture may be up to 10:30. The government offices in Mumbai starts at 11 o'clock. 10:30 your lectures are over. What I mean to tell you is, the entire day is before you. Don't waste your remaining time. Do something as per your liking. It can be anything. Fashion designing, nothing wrong. Public speaking, communication skills, join for some short-term course. And remember, whatever you want to become in life, even if you want to become a homemaker, housewife, one thing is important: the power of communication. You should know how to communicate with your peers, your superiors, your subordinates. To communicate effectively, you should have a good command over language. Particularly those who are interested in going for CS, company secretaryship, To pass the examination also you require a good command over language. Join for some communication skill program. And unfortunately what is lagging behind in the families in Mumbai is communication. Again, I share a small story with you. Newspaper story only. One primary school teacher has written that write-up. In the primary school, the teacher asked the students, small children, to write a composition about what you want to become in the next life. Agar punarjanam milega to, what you want to become. One little girl wrote, in the next birth I want to become a television. She wants to become a TV in the next birth. And she explained why. You know, by reading it, my eyes were full. You know what she wrote? Her father and mother both are executives in a company. Both of them come late. Servant is there at home. Food is ready. They take the plate, switch on the TV, and sit in front of the TV. And they have no time to interact with this little girl. So she wrote, in the next janam I want to become a TV so that my parents will be with me. They will look at me. See the pathetic life of people in Mumbai. When we want to excel in our career, climb up the ladder in our career, we forget our own near and dear ones. There is no time for interacting with own children. Therefore, find out what exactly you want, what gives you enjoyment, pleasure in life. Take the help of your parents, advice of your parents, and choose the right career, the best career that your heart says. Question answer can be later. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and let me sincerely appreciate the efforts of Times of India. I believe it is a part of their corporate social responsibility, because admission is always a problem for parents. Okay? कौन सा program choose करूँ, किधर जाऊँ, is always a confused situation. And Times of India for arranging such a program and giving some thoughts to the parents and students. It is a wonderful thing. Thank you everybody for your listening or hearing of my talk. All the very best. I will be available for question answer session later. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think it was a fantastic session. I think everybody enjoyed and very interactive by nature. We will just follow shortly. Just give us a few minutes. We request you all to stay back. We will have a short Q&A session with both our dignitaries, and your students and parents can ask any sort of questions based on their session. One second. I would like to welcome Mr. Pradeep Narayanan and Mr. TP Madhu Nair on the stage. So our volunteers will go across and whoever has a question to ask can please feel so.
Please feel comfortable in asking any question. No question will be a foolish question. Okay? Because my objective is the moment you go out of this auditorium, there should not be any doubt in your mind. Whatever we can clarify, we can explain, we will do. Please feel free and comfortable.
I have a question on what's the difference between deemed universities and state universities. What are the pros and cons of the two? And whether the degree you get from a deemed and state university, is there a difference where if your student goes abroad, is the state university or a central university given more weightage by any colleges for postgraduate, whether India or abroad, versus a deemed university?
Would you like to say or I should say? State university, there is also an addition to that, there is national university. That also is there. That means the universities which are funded by the government. University of Mumbai or University of Pune, Nagpur, etc., these are all state universities. Pondicherry University and many national universities are there. They are funded directly by the central government. These are funded by the state government, even though UGC finances state government. Now, deemed to be university is another category. Example, I told you one, NMIMS. NMIMS was earlier an affiliated institute of University of Mumbai. Then they detached and got the status of deemed to be university. And SP Jain, I mentioned earlier, is a private university. Now, answering directly to your question, what difference it makes for the student? See, what happens is, in the employment market, people go by the name. If you have time, I will just explain one story again. Not tarnishing the image of any institute. My niece got admission in VJTI some 5-6 years, about 10 years back for MCA. MCA in VJTI, Mumbai, was considered to be #1 in India. She got the 8th rank in the All India test. Still getting admission was difficult because of the reservations and all. Ultimately, she got the admission. She was staying with me. Admission ho gaya. 1 month was over, 2 months were over, 3 months were over. No lecture started. One of the professors in VJTI, presently he is the chairman of AICTE, Dr. Mantha. We were together in a university committee. I asked Manthaji, what is happening? With great difficulty, she got the admission. There are no lectures. And the reason said is there is no classroom available. Now they must have improved a lot. This is about 10 years back. So Mantha told me a story. In America, Ford cars were selling like hot cakes. Henry Ford, the former president, started Ford company. Very good demand for Ford car. Any product sold by, offered by Ford company was picked up very fast. A competitor manufactured a better car than Ford, and he made a lot of marketing. But the demand was very, very low. So the production manager of the other company told the production manager of Ford company that let me come to your company and see the engine of your car. Let me find out what is making Ford car as the best seller in the country. So the Ford company's production manager invited him, took him to the showroom and opened the bonnet. There was no engine. There was no engine for the car. And the Ford company's manager said, you know, this is a strong point of our company. To sell Ford car, engine also is not required. Some of the story is the reputation that is carried, that is enough to sell the car. University of Mumbai, I am not telling because I represent University of Mumbai. Whatever things are appearing in the newspaper, you go anywhere in the world and say you are from University of Mumbai, believe me, that carries a weight. That carries a weight. NMIMS has also established very well. SP Jain, one of the best. Other than this, statutorily speaking, there is no difference as such. Of course, there is one difference for the parents. When you go to deemed to be university or private university, your pocket may become thin very fast. State university, the amount of fees will be much less as compared to deemed to be university and private universities, because they are funded by the government. Otherwise, degree is the degree. But all of you agree with me in one thing. Any degree that gives you power only to enter into a job. From the second day onwards, you are on your position. That depends upon the most catchword today, performance. Every month or every day you cannot tell or show your boss, Dekho, I am first rank holder. Nobody is interested. Your boss will ask you, show me your performance. Hire and fire system is very widely followed. Alright? So, institute's name, other than the reputation in the market, other things are not going to make much of a difference. If anything else, because Sir has got more wide experience than me, so he may add on to this if it is required. Thank you.
So just to kind of complement what Dr. Nair said, I think the fact is the degree is pretty much is this, I mean, like, has the same standing. Obviously, if you have a degree coming from a reputed institution, in some places it adds value when it comes to post-graduation and stuff like that. But then otherwise, if you're looking for a distinction between a degree of a deemed university or a private or a state or a central university, all are pretty much the same. So you can be comfortable about that. You just have to check the veracity of that. And like in India, if somebody comes from abroad, there is a body called the Association of Indian Universities, which assesses the qualification being granted by that foreign university for any subsequent higher education in India. There are different bodies across the world. And so most of the universities which are created under the UGC Act, rather all of them, will find a standing and therefore will automatically be accepted as a prerequisite or eligibility qualification for higher education in most of the countries in the world.
I had one more sentence which I remembered afterwards. Every university has to be approved by, as rightly said by Sir, Association of Indian Universities, AIU. Since all of us are in Mumbai, I want to mention about one institute. I don't know whether they have got the permission recently. IIPM, Bandra. I met some students from there. They were saying their degree was not, their institute was not approved by Association of Indian Universities, and therefore they cannot take this as a qualification for any further studies. MBA they give. But suppose you want to go do PhD. They come to Mumbai University. They cannot appear for that because this MBA is not recognized by Association of Indian Universities. So that matter has to be taken care. University, the AIU website clearly gives which are the non-recognized institutes also. Because they warn the people. Don't take admission for such courses. You can search the website and get the details. But most of them, before taking admission, just find out whether they are approved by these bodies. Thank you.
Actually, that list is on the UGC website. So you can comfortably, and talking about IIPM, it's actually one of those rare events that UGC went and made a blacklist and put a notice saying that it is not approved. So there are some institutions which might fall into that category of fake universities, and it is listed there in the UGC website, and you can check that out. But as far as higher education is concerned, anyway, obviously those fake universities have no meaning.
Good morning, sir. My question, I have studied 10th and now I want to take science. My question is that can I take civil after the science? Or, yes.
You're talking about civil engineering, right?
Yes, sir.
Of course you
No,
can. You can go into
civil
any of those engineering disciplines.
Civil science.
Sorry?
Civil services.
Civil services. Okay, so if you're talking about civil services, you can, as Dr. Nair said, just remember you can start with anything which you want. I mean, like, subject is not a limitation as far as civil services exams is concerned. He gave an example of humanities, more from a convenience perspective, saying that the knowledge could be the information could be static, and therefore it is probably an easier way out, but then nothing in civil services is easy. So you can definitely start with science, go on to get an undergrad degree. Probability of success after undergrad degree to get into civil services is very small. So it's always important to pursue a post-graduation and then appear for a civil services exam. So you could do that in engineering, you could do that in commerce, you can do that in humanities, any of those streams. So in 11th and 12th, if you want to start with science and if you're comfortable and interested in that subject, feel free to do it. It also gives you the flexibility to switch subjects, as Dr. Nair mentioned earlier, once you finish your junior college and go and do your undergrad.
After IT, can I take it?
After IIT, very much you can. There are so many IITians who are civil servants. You have to first, therefore your first objective should be you do your science, work hard to do your JEE mains and qualify for JEE advanced and get into one of the IITs, finish your undergrad program, which is going to take 4 years. You can appear for civil services immediately after that, or if you choose to do an MTech or something like that, and then go and write the civil services exam. So all those routes are very much possible. If you're a bright student, the world is at your feet.
Thank you, sir.
The eligibility to appear for civil service examination is a degree. Degree anywhere. Art, science, commerce, any degree, you can appear for civil services preliminary examination. All right?
Which main subject? So this, as we said, any subject. It really doesn't matter.
Any degree.
You have to get a degree and you have to be comfortable in that. And the civil services eligibility process defines hundreds of subjects. So you don't have to worry about the choice of subject. You should be first qualifying yourself to that extent, and you don't even need to have a degree in that subject which you're choosing to write the exam. You could be an engineer and say, I will write civil services main with history. That's possible. You can go and write it in something else. So all the possibilities exist. I think right now your concentration should be, what is that subject which you love? What is that subject which you can academically excel in and do well in that, and then go on to the next few steps before coming to this issue of what subject should I choose for civil services, because these are not constraints which you will face at all. Right now, your focus has to be how can you do academically brilliantly, and that's what should lead you to a successful civil services career.
Good afternoon, sir. I want to get into engineering college. Now, my question mainly is, if I get a government college, should I go in for a good college or should I choose the stream? Like, I want mechanical engineering. In VJTI, I'm getting civil or mining or something like that. So, and say in Sardar Patel, I'm getting mechanical. So, should I go for VJTI or Sardar Patel?
So I think Dr. Nair actually answered that question partly in a different way. But I think the answer to that question, if you have a definitive career objective and the stream is important for you there, I think you definitely need to look at the subject and then choose that. But like there are times when I had a student who came to us who got admission into IIT Bhubaneswar for a particular stream, but he wanted mechanical and he was getting IIT Trichy. Our advice to him was go to NIT Trichy, which is absolutely a brilliant institution as much. So yes, an institution of the kind of reputation it enjoys could be of great as you go along with your career. But then the fact is that you need to look at your subject choice as an important criteria and don't overlook it completely.
Another question, do all these engineering colleges have these spot rounds where you can upgrade yourself when you have a vacancy and a higher seat?
Yes, it's a fact that there are spot rounds. As I mentioned earlier, there are 3,455 engineering colleges or thereabouts. So the capacity in most of the colleges are huge and the number of students are not so much. So therefore, there is a great possibility that people will find themselves with multiple choices, and spot rounds are definitely a possibility. So there is a process for it. So you have to be eligible for the spot round. In some, if you look at the central counselling process, you will be eligible for spot rounds only if you have gone through the process in a certain particular fashion. The colleges in Mumbai will have a certain set of processes. You need to understand the detail and then qualify for that spot round.
Thank you very much.
Can we ask doubts about the online admission process? Or are they going to explain it to us
For the
later?
Mumbai University thing?
No, for any college.
Junior college?
Yeah, junior college.
So I'm not too sure whether I'm capable of answering that.
So,
or for the junior college admissions here. So you'll have to probably wait if somebody else is joining us too. So the Times of India website has details of that. I recommend that you check that out before you look for more questions.
okay, thank you.
Good morning, sir. I just want to know, the schools are giving this, board are giving LD support, learning disability. Is the university have got a quota system for engineering?
For every university program, the concessions given to learning disability student is applicable. It is applicable.
So is there any priority in getting the admissions? If LD confirmation is there from the reputed hospitals?
But
Yeah.
I am not very sure, because when I tell something, that should be authentic. Examination extra time
Yeah.
and some percentage of marks for the learning disability. These two are there. For admission, whether there is any priority, I have to check up and only say.
Who can answer this? Times of India can help this.
So for admission, there is no specifically known priority allotted for learning.
It has not come across.
No, what I'm
so
trying
far.
to say
It's
on
not-
the running thing, see, there is not comparable, 70% of LD is equivalent to 90% of the next guy. Because they got a different orientation altogether. In that case, if the person has got a quota system, then 70 is the highest in the LD in the entire board or university. So is there any quota system in engineering that 10% will be given
No.
to LD? No.
That is not there.
The answer
to my
is no.
understanding. No.
Okay. And second question is, if the graduation is done abroad with a leading high-end university, something like in UK University, Middlesex or something, what are the chances of these students getting a better job with foreign MBA or an Indian MBA in Indian corporates?
It's a market decision.
But
Getting
what are your
job.
experience on this? I mean,
I did not find any occasion where a student who got MBA from a foreign university was considered inferior to a good institute from Indian university. I have not come across any situation.
yeah, I'm telling the high-end universities of
Yeah,
abroad, UK
yeah,
or
it is-
wherever.
it has to be definitely appreciated, and getting job will not be a problem.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Yeah, just one question. I think you mentioned about dual majors. Okay, dual major subjects. Like, what are those subjects, especially in relation to the art stream?
So there are lots of universities which offer you this, where you can do dual major in economics and maths, or you can do psychology and sociology. And so those kind of combinations are available in large number of universities, and particularly the liberal arts universities which are coming up, all of them will offer that. So I can give you an example of Ambedkar University in Delhi, which is a state government university, where you can do dual major in multiple subjects of humanities or maths. And there are similar lots of liberal arts universities which are there, which will offer you dual major. Delhi University has the process of discipline 1 and discipline 2, but it's not exactly dual major. So one is a major and one is a minor in one sense.
But the grouping, is it same everywhere, or it could?
No, it's absolutely university dependent, and therefore, if you those dual majors are specializations which you can pick up depending on that university. It is not a standard thing across the country.
Okay.
So you have, when you go to a university, you will know these are the subjects, and any subjects available in that university, you can do dual major in that.
Good afternoon, sir. I just gave my 12th boards right now from humanity. I was from humanities. So recently, this edutainment show was conducted at JW Marriott. So I went there, and I'm interested in pursuing mass media. So there, I looked into 2-3 schools. One was at this Banjara Hills at Hyderabad, and another one was at Goregaon Film City, Subhash Ghai's Institute of Filmmaking, and
Whistling Woods.
Yeah, Whistling Woods. So the main, I don't understand the difference. If I do pure bachelor's in mass media from Mumbai University, so is the course, they don't update it, right? I mean, Mumbai University does not update the course bracket every year, right? And in the Film City, that's at Subhash Ghai's Institute, I saw that in media only they were offering like a varied fields, and everything was quite new, and the campus placement also, the job opportunity, is it like if you do it from private universities, the campus, you get a good job recruitment or something?
So I think you are trying to establish a bias between a government university versus a private university. Actually, that's neither of it is true. Most of the government universities have constant changes, and they update and upgrade their programs so regularly that I don't think that is a challenge at all. I'm sure Dr. Nair will talk about Bombay University, but I can give you an example of Delhi University. I give you unusual courses, BTech Humanities and BTech Innovation. Both are programs run by Delhi University, which is a central university run by the government. So that assumption that private universities will consistently be better and updated may not be entirely true, and you have to evaluate it on the institute, based on the institute and the program. Talking about particularly mass media, filmmaking and stuff like that, remember, even Whistling Woods is affiliated to a university. They are governed by the rules, they are governed by the content which is prescribed, and assessment processes which are prescribed by that university. So therefore they will have their own limitations in terms of what they can change and how much they can change. Obviously, they have taken a lot of initiatives in making that program current and contextual, and to that extent, it's in demand. But then if you were to do a mass communication and journalism program anywhere in the country, in any of these leading universities, you're pretty much going to be there in terms of employment possibilities. You just, after that, how you get into your first job and work hard and be successful is what will make the difference. So I wouldn't want to particularly pick on saying that this is better than the other. It'll entirely depend on you and how academically you are qualifying for that, what's best match for you. Those are things which are going to be important considerations, rather than taking a blanket view saying that if I do it from Bombay University, it's going to be a stale course. Very, very unlikely. Bombay University is again a very progressive university. And Dr. Nair just talked about the Commerce Department. He's talked about 4 new programs coming up. It's not there in any other university, I can promise you that, and I keep track of virtually all the universities across the country. These are 4 programs which does not exist in any other university.
Thank you, sir.
I will just add one thing to that. Bachelor of Mass Media, University of Mumbai. The syllabus is, the new syllabus is coming from the academic year 2014-15 at first year level. It is only approved by the Academic Council to be implemented from June 2014. So, syllabus is new. St. Xavier's College. Okay? many such colleges, Nagindas Khandola College, including my college, we are all conducting BMM. I did not mention about BMM because that is coming under arts faculty, which is not my specific area, therefore I did not mention. It's a good course. Other than that, we have also, the government has also given permission for Saraf College, Malad, for film studies relating to that. Please check the website of Saraf College. You can get more information about that. Thank you.
Sir?
Being in the film industry, I can suggest for filmmaking there is Pune Film Institute, which is the best in India. Yeah, after degree. Yeah. This is undergrad. So that is the best.
Good afternoon, sir. My daughter want to do first and second year commerce, 11, 12, and after she want to do BSc IT engineer. It is possible?
So typically, transitioning from commerce to the science nomenclature is not possible. But let me also now explain to you that these nomenclatures can be deceptive and can be very difficult to comprehend. But it would be safe to assume that if you are doing commerce, you are unlikely to get a BSc degree. You can do BCA, for example, if you have mathematics. There are several institutions which will give you admissions. BSc is a nomenclature. Depending on the university, they might say eligibility is could be commerce with maths, could be humanities with maths, could be science with maths. So it's a very university-specific subject. Therefore, it would be safe to say that if you take a conservative approach, I would rather say if you want to do a BCA, possible, more likely, BSc, less likely. I'm talking about IT. No, IT engineering is definitely not possible, but then as I said, BTech as a word, as a nomenclature, its application has changed significantly. I talked about the discipline called, a program called BTech in Humanities, which specializes in journalism, historical tourism, those kind of subjects, and therefore the word BTech has got a different meaning altogether, and that's what the university systems in India are changing. But as I said, if you are looking at BTech in computer science or BTech in information technology from a commerce discipline, not possible. That's a very definitive thing.
Good afternoon, sir. I've just appeared for my JEE with a score of 85. Are there any chances of me getting in Mumbai for electronics or computers?
I don't think I have a direct answer for that, but I would want to believe that the number of colleges available across the country gives you an opportunity, but you also have to combine it with your class 12 marks. JEE scores will be accepted by a few institutions in Maharashtra. Maharashtra anyway doesn't have a separate state entrance examination this year, but there is a good possibility that if you are done well in your class 12, that you should be able to make it to one of the colleges in Maharashtra. Otherwise, elsewhere, I mean, like overall, when you look at it, you have every chance to believe that you can get into engineering with an electronic stream.
Okay. Good morning, sir. I've just passed my 10th, like I've given the exams, and I make spoofs, I make documentaries from the past 2 years, and my dad owns a factory, and I'm confused that what should I do? Should I go for BMM or should I join my dad's factory?
It's a good confusion to have, yeah. So, you know, there is a new concept called slash careers. Okay, I don't know how many people heard of this new concept. So these are careers where you can chase your passion. It may not be full time to begin with, but then engages with more and more with the passion which you have, and allows you to kind of grow it to a point where you might just switch that to become a main career. Okay, so if I were to say that you have great interests, you like doing a certain set of things, pursue them as interests, build on it till such time you think that it is remunerative, it is kind of driving your passion, and you are extremely successful with it. Please continue to nurture those. Okay, so it's not about saying that every career has to be undertaken with an academic process. and therefore you need to be assessed, and that's the only way to be successful. You can, if it pleases you and your parents, then you can pursue a business degree if that's something which can keep you happy as well. Do that while you pursue your interest, and use that, position that as a slash career, and over a period of time when you have all the confidence and the belief that you are going to be successful, switch and move into that. No. So you don't have, as I said, it's not about getting a degree, okay? So everything is, it's like I have interest in several subjects. So I read about them and kind of satisfy my curiosity, but I don't get a degree in them, okay? But still doesn't take away my knowledge, doesn't take away my expertise, doesn't take away my interest. Okay, so I can take it to a point, after that I can switch to making that mainstream.
Good afternoon. There are schools in Mumbai pursuing ICSE syllabus, and there are schools pursuing local board syllabus. Now, is it advisable for a child who wants to take up commerce to pursue ICSE commerce, or switch over to colleges affiliated to Mumbai University?
Actually, honestly, it makes no difference. From a content perspective, if it makes a difference to you, you do it. But then, otherwise, all these things are leading you to completing +2, whether it is a Maharashtra board or an ICSE or a CBSE. So all three are possibilities. So it makes no difference whatsoever. There might be some preferences for some kind of college admissions for Maharashtra board students, but they can't be the basis on which you choose a particular school to pursue that. Just remember, if you have a student who is studying in a particular school which has already got ICSE and they have the opportunity to continue with the same school, then what it gives to the student is a certain sense of security and comfort of being in an environment where they feel secure, where they feel supported, where they feel recognized. And to that extent, it might de-stress the child in 2 crucial years in terms of making sure that they focus only on their studies and not worry about finding new social circles and going through those stresses and strain of adjusting to a new environment. So that could be a basis on which you decide this. I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you from there. You need to get a mic.
After 12th ISC, is it possible to get admission in colleges affiliated to Mumbai University?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure. Yes. So all these are, you can come from Tamil Nadu board, you can come from West Bengal board, still you will be considered for admission into the university.
Good afternoon, sir. I have given my 10th and I want to pursue my career in CA, and I wanted to ask that by chance if I don't clear the CA finals, then where do I stand and what else can I do if I don't clear CA?
So I have a friend who fell into that trap. So he writes ICA. You know what does it mean?
No.
So intermediate CA.
Okay.
Well, it means nothing because it's not a qualification. So you have to complete. If you want to call yourself a chartered accountant, then you have to complete it, and that's not a matter of choice, okay. Right? So you are getting into a stream which is challenging, and therefore you have to put in your best foot forward. It's a long drawn process, challenging process, but once it is done, you enjoy a status and a satisfaction which is unparalleled.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My daughter has done 10th exam right now. She is very much interested in maths and accounts, and she planning to be in the commerce and doing a CA. But as far as the dual major is concerned, she can take a commerce as 11th and 12th, and with dual major she can continue the CA. It is possible.
So you're, I think, getting a little confused at this stage because 11th and 12th has no dual major.
Yeah,
okay.
That is the normal commerce.
Correct. So you can do accounts and maths.
Yeah.
But when you get to your undergrad program, I am not certain whether there are too many places where you will find dual major possible in accounts and maths. But then they are mainstream subjects in commerce in any case. So you will continue to do both commerce and accounts and maths in your graduation program, but you may not get a title which might say that you have done an honors program with a dual major in accountancy and mathematics. But in any case, they are mainstream subjects for your commerce program, and Dr. Nair will kind of stand by me on that.
Junior college commerce stream,
Yeah.
bookkeeping and accountancy is a compulsory paper.
Yeah.
And mathematics is an optional paper. Generally, I prefer students to take mathematics because wherever you go after 12th standard, mathematics is a compulsory paper. You go for CA, ICWA, CS, or even BCom, mathematics is there. You cannot escape from mathematics. So maths can be taken as the optional paper in junior college. While doing junior college, the student can prepare for IPCC. And by the time the HSC is cleared, the student is ready for starting CA course.
Yeah.
IPCC is nothing but entrance examination. Okay?
Yeah.
So, CPCC, sorry. CPT. So, after that, while doing graduate program, student can parallelly continue with CA program.
Yeah.
That is good. All right?
Yeah. No, but she is interested major in accounts and maths. So instead of going to BFF, BBI or anything, she can do a major in accounts and maths.
See, junior college, she has just passed 10th standard.
Yeah.
Junior college, these two subjects are
compulsory.
That way compulsory. Not compulsory because SP can be taken against mathematics. That is okay.
Yeah.
But let the foundation be there in mathematics and accountancy. After 12th standard, various options can be thought of. Instead of CA, suppose at that time the student wants to go for MBA.
Okay.
Then go for graduation.
Okay.
Okay. And even otherwise, along with CA, BCom or BCom accounting and finance can be started.
Okay. Thank
so
you.
that parallelly a degree is available and subsequently CA degree also is available.
Okay. Thank you.
So ma'am, just to clarify, I mean, like, don't get carried away by this dual major thing. These two subjects, okay, will be a part of the normal traditional BCom program, and they are pretty intense subjects even in the normal situation. So even so therefore this thing about dual major, just kind of pull that off your mind for the moment, and you'll be comfortable with the fact that you will study, your child will study both the subjects in their undergrad program. Maths is optional in many places, but in many places it is not optional. So for example, Bombay, it is not optional, it is kind of mandatory, but then many other universities across the country does not prescribe that as a mandatory thing. But then if you are going to do CA and you're hoping to do that without mathematics, that could be really, really hard.
Good day, sir. My daughter is in 12th Commerce and she wishes to do actuaries course. Can you just elaborate on that?
Okay, so actuarial course is, what's actuarial science? It's basically
Commerce,
the
commerce,
science.
Commerce.
You want to do actuarial or commerce?
Commerce. No, she's in 12th Commerce.
But you want to do actuarial, right?
Yes, actuarial.
So that's what I'm saying. So actuarial science is all about the science of managing risks, okay? And typical applications.
Now, how do you get about it?
So therefore, you can do an undergrad program in actuarial science. There are very few places which offer that. But recommendation, in any case, you should do a normal degree, and then there are 16 papers to be written, which is an independent body.
Papers.
16 papers.
22 there.
Now they might have increased it. I don't remember. So whatever that is, but that's
only
been done.
one institute is there for that.
That is the governing body, okay, which conducts those 22 exams or whatever you're talking about. The fact is that there are independent degree providers, may not be in Bombay, I don't remember where they are, but there's some definitely in Chennai, a few other places which will give you a BSc, BA in actuarial science. So you can do that and then go and write this exam, because without writing this exam, you will not be certified as an actuarial scientist.
No, but we should go for regular BA, or we can BCom, or we can go for other BA.
You can do either, but as long as you have mathematics.
Okay, thank you.
I will add one point to this question. Vile West, SNDT, one college is there, near to station. There, actuarial science one institute is conducting their program. They have applied for starting a community college in actuarial science to University of Mumbai. Permission is yet to come, but you can go there and meet the director. You get more clear information about the program in actuarial science which they are conducting. It is a very, very rare program available to students. The supply demand gap is very wide, but there are a lot of opportunities in this, particularly when the insurance sector is going to be opened up and more private companies come up in that. There are wide employment chances available in that. But please inquire there. One Mr. Shah is the principal of that.
My daughter has appeared for 10th exam. As of now, she has interest in psychology, counseling especially. So, can be done through BA, BSc or medicine.
So, if you're looking at psychology and she wants to do counseling, the route to follow is do a undergrad in psychology and do a post-graduation in clinical psychology, and then you can become a counselor. If you choose the medical path, you can do an MBBS and do an MD in psychiatry and then go on to become a psychiatrist. The difference between, one line difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist is that a psychiatrist can prescribe a medicine, a psychologist cannot prescribe a medicine. They can only do counseling. A psychiatrist can do both, but they are basically focused on mental illness and stuff like that. A counselor really supports in several rehabilitation processes. Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just explaining the difference. If you think that you want to do it the medical route, you become a psychiatrist and you do the MBBS and then go and do an MD in psychiatry. I'm not going to attribute a value to that and say that is better. It's an individual choice, individual capability, and therefore interest in what they want to do. Because becoming the route to become a psychiatrist could be sometimes not acceptable to several people. Like for example, when you want to become a psychiatrist, you will have to do surgeries. When you're doing your MBBS program, you have to deal with blood and stuff like that. Some students may not be entirely capable of that or not happy doing it, and therefore that may not be a possibility at all. So you just have to make that choice depending on the individual and then take it forward. So both are good, both have great opportunities, and therefore I would not kind of say this is better than the other.
Good morning, sir. My son has appeared for his 10th from IGCSE and he wants to take up some career in sports. What are his options after 10th?
So career in sports would mean he wants to be an active sports person?
Yeah, whatever, probably active sports person or something in management.
So, let me put it this way, IGCSE or any board has nothing to do with it. If he is a good sports person, if he's a good cricketer or a footballer or a table tennis player or a tennis player, whatever, that has nothing to do with qualification. So, it's his interest and capability which will determine that. But if you're looking at sports management, I think he has to first, there are some sports management programs which are available at postgraduate level. In some places, there are probably one or two places here and there which talks about sports management as possible specialization. But my recommendation is that don't look at sports management as a specialization at an undergrad level, definitely. Probably consider that as at a postgraduate level. The best way to assess whether he has got sustained interest in that is that when he is doing his undergrad, he should intern with some sports management companies and then see whether he wants to pursue it harder and further and then go in for higher education in that. But if you are a IGCSE student, just remember, when you are going into admissions into the Indian universities, you have to be a little careful about what you want to do, because IGCSE results and the examination processes don't exactly tally with Indian systems. There are some other options by which you can manage that by planning for it properly.
Thank you.
Name a couple of liberal arts universities. Lots of them. The liberal arts definition the purest definition is that it covers all sciences and all humanities programs. Okay, so Delhi University is a liberal arts university, right? There are other universities like Ambedkar University is a liberal arts university. There is a new university called Ashoka University, which has come up in collaboration with the University of Pennsylvania and Carleton College, which is again absolutely a liberal arts university. So there are several universities which are there, which can be categorized as liberal arts universities.
Sir, I right now gave my SSC examinations and I want to do LLB, and then I want to go for civil services IAS. So LLB can be done from commerce and arts, both the streams. So which one would be more preferable, arts or commerce, which will help me for IAS also?
So there is no specific bias towards either humanities or for that matter commerce. You can do law with either, and therefore to that extent just what interests you, what makes you happy and what makes you more successful is the subject stream you need to choose, rather than saying that which one is better. Both are good. Okay, so as far as legal profession is concerned, it is agnostic to the subject streams which are taken at the earlier level, and therefore you can happily be successful in whatever you are doing. As far as civil services is concerned, I mentioned earlier, you can choose a subject after your post-graduation or graduation, any subject, doesn't matter whether you have studied it before or not. It's a question of you cracking it by understanding, studying hard and making sure that you're successful with the main exam. Okay, that's only, that choice happens only during the civil services main exam.
Good afternoon, sir. Nowadays, two options are selected, as in we do CA and CS together. So they are preferred more. If we are just a CA, we don't get a job easily, as in if we do CA, CS. So what we as students should do to, choose?
So I don't know, I mean, like CA, CS is a great combination. It's fantastic. But just remember, it's really, really hard to crack both. So just as a statistic, I'm not trying to dissuade you or demotivate you, but the fact is that last exam of CA, the pass percentage was just over 3%, right? So doing both could be pretty challenging. So my advice would always be that if you can sequence it in such a way that it is not very stressful and you can crack both, you can do it. But then let me tell you that employment opportunities as a chartered accountant is like mind-boggling. So is it with company secretary. So it's not a challenge in terms of getting employment. The challenge is in qualifying. So if you are qualified and if you say that you can't get a job, I would be very, very, very surprised.
If we choose an option of LLB and a CA, then it is better than CA and a CS.
No, they have their own set of combinations. Typically a CA is a guy who deals with corporate world, and therefore to that extent the company secretary is an extended job. But remember, unless and until it's a very small company, one person playing both the roles could be a little challenging, because there might be strictures which prevent him from doing that. But if somebody is trying to practice on his own, then these combinations are good. And if you take law as a subsequent thing, or you can be in things like taxation, and therefore to that extent you have a certain right to go and fight cases in different courts and different appellate bodies. So it just qualifies you to do certain different kinds of job, but it's very difficult to say, is this better than the other? Both are pretty good. I mean, like both are hot options, and if you are successful with it, you will rule the world.
Sir, what are the career opportunities in economics?
Okay, so economics is again, there are different kinds of opportunities. The most obvious opportunity is that you can. It's one of the most sought after path when you look at civil services in India. But the entire financial services market depends on a whole lot of economic students. You can be in economic research, and therefore that is one more piece which can work effectively for you. You can also go into organizations like World Bank and those kind of bodies. You can also be in NGOs which are focused on economic research and stuff like that. But if you were to switch out of that and say, economics is my base qualification, right, then the whole world is open to you. The entire management field is very kind of predicated on the understanding of the subject economics, and therefore you could make a big career in the entire management space. You could, if you use subject knowledge, then you can be a journalist with a business focus or an economic focus. So those kind of varieties are possible. But just remember, you can think two ways. You can think of economics as a core expertise, or you can think of economics as a base subject which you have acquired a qualification, either of which will lead to different paths.
So arts or commerce then for that?
What do you mean by arts or commerce?
Should we take arts or commerce for
Makes
that?
no difference.
No difference.
Makes no difference. So typically when you're doing economics, you will do it along with mathematics. The kind of mathematical impact economics has is as a subject. They're pretty closely interlinked. Yeah, econometrics is what professor says. So therefore, there is a fair amount of linkage between mathematics and economics. So therefore, that's available in both in commerce as well as humanities. You feel comfortable in which one is what you need to take.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. I just want you to hello. I just wanted to elaborate on banking industry for a person like who has done BBI. Is there any entrance examination required for, to get a recruitment in a nationalized bank, or how is the system like? How is the...
So the getting a job in the banking industry is typically two kinds of banks, the private banks and the government banks. The government banks will have a process called the probationary officers exam. Okay, State Bank of India normally has one separate one, and the rest of the banks have a common one. And the private banks also now are beginning to have processes by which they will conduct a certain process of recruitment, training, and then hiring. So ICICI Bank has got several partners, for example, who will conduct a training program for selected candidates who might be just graduates, based on a certain selection process which the bank will conduct for those individuals, and then they're trained by these private institutions, several of them, and then you go back and get posted in a bank. So both these possibilities exist. The numbers are staggering. This year, State Bank of India's probationary officer exam, there were about 7.5 lakh students who were supposed to have applied. The numbers are a little skewed, but then given the private bank's opportunity, you can definitely see a lot more success as compared to what used to be before.
Okay, and one more question, sir. For a MBA, MBA degree, is a preference given to a person like a student who has studied BMS, or like a person who has done something like BBI or BFM and all are given preference if they want to continue management?
So I will request Dr. Nair to answer this a little more, but then just as a preliminary response, if you look at the national scenario, there are no preferences. But whether there is a preference in Mumbai, I'll ask him to elaborate. But just as a point of consideration these days, while I don't know how many of you realize that the statistics is pretty skewed towards engineers doing MBA rather than non-engineers. So if you look at the IIM statistics till last year, it used to be 10% non-engineers and everybody else was kind of engineers. So this year they made a conscious attempt to restructure their eligibility and qualify people, others, to get into management schools. So 28% in Ahmedabad in the batch of 14-16 is going to be non-engineers. So that's a big deal. But as I said, whether there is no preference really, it's just by virtue of the kind of training and the kind of focus, these people qualify more, but otherwise there are no distinction between these qualifications as a preference to admission into an MBA program. Dr. Nair?
To join in a bank as a probationary officer or as a clerk, entrance examination, that means a test, is a must. There is no direct entry to a bank once you pass.
That is after the BBI, right?
BBI.
Yeah.
Okay. Qualification for a probationary officer is graduation, whereas for a clerk is minimum, I think, 12th standard. This examination conducted by the banks, as Sir has said, they have clerical aptitude test, general knowledge, and for the officers post, probation officers post, there is English also. That is, there are many organizations conducting the training program for passing the bank test. Students who have done BBI, they may find it little more easy as compared to other students because they have studied banking as a subject. Other than that, in the employment market, there is no special privilege for a BBA graduate. Thank you.
Hello sir, I just gave my 12th boards and my stream was commerce. Now I want to apply for BMM, mass media, and I was just wondering because mass media is more of an arts line. So will the commerce students get preference over the arts students? As in
after taking 12th commerce, you can go for BMM.
Okay.
There is no problem.
And like
no preference.
In Bombay, like St. Xavier's, and I was in St. Andrews. So in Bombay, Xavier's, they have, for the 3rd year, they have a specialization course in journalism and advertisement. And in Symbiosis Pune, they have like 4 choices to be made, like journalism, advertising, something like audiovisual, which is I think more related to filmmaking and cinematography. And the other one is public relations. So is there any college in Bombay as well which has a specialization course in cinematography?
The studies on cinema and film industry, as I told earlier, this Saraf College has got permission last year.
Okay.
So please check up, because this is not my area directly. I am from Commerce. Commerce area I can answer more better. Therefore, I advise you, please see the website of Saraf College Malad. They have started these programs, I guess.
Thank you.
So my only suggestion to you.
Hello.
My only suggestion to you when you're looking at that, see, cinematography is fine, but then you can even do certificate programs even if you do. See, if you can get admission into a Xavier's, for example, for their mass comm program, it's absolutely the top of line college as far as that particular program is concerned. Even otherwise, it's a top line program. So you can go and do a separate certificate program in cinematography and kind of complement what you learn in your undergrad program, which may not be what some of those additional things which you might require for your career.
I'm planning, excuse me. Yeah.
Just 1 second. I'm sorry, but we'll have to wrap up the Q&A quickly. So this should be mostly the last question for now. We'll take a quick break. And in about 20 minutes, we'll get back. We have our next session with Ms. Swati Salunkhe. She's from the Growth Center team. So she will be talking about the various career options post 10th and 12th, and also aptitude-based career choices. So yeah, this last question from the girl over there.
I'm planning to go for management as a postgraduate, MMS. I wanted to ask whether it makes sense to do BMS and MMS, or I know that MMS will have a much syllabus, but otherwise does it make sense, or is it better to do another bachelor degree and then do MMS?
I think you probably need to recognize what Dr. Nair started with. Okay, what's interesting to you is what you need to start with. Okay, so if there is some other subjects which you are happy doing, you can start with anything and then route yourself to do a management program. So the advantage is that you can pursue your interest, passion, and create something out of it, and then switch to something into management. Therefore, the combination of that could make you a very successful professional.
Okay, but BMS is not given any special preference?
No, not at all.
And in Bachelor BCom, they're accounting and accounting, finance, banking and insurance, and financial markets. Do all colleges offer all three, or is it specific?
No, so therefore that's something Dr. Nair mentioned earlier. All colleges don't offer everything. There are some colleges who've got permission, who are doing this program. So you have to find the college which is of interest to you, which is offering those programs.
Okay, and what is MIM, Masters in Information Management?
It's a master's in
information management?
So I'm like, I'm not, I don't specifically know about that program, but my intelligent guess is that if it is information management, it's a variation of a program with focus on the information technology and the entire application of information technology from a management perspective. So that's one possibility. But the other thing, there is a new nomenclature which is coming up, which is to do with data management, and that is entirely different. So there's a lot to do with analytics, a whole lot of stuff to do with data management, which has to do with high velocity, high volume, high variety kind of data. So those are different specialized areas, but the focus will be how do you use applications to manage information and data. But this is my intelligent guess. I don't know the specific program you're talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would like to thank both Mr. Pradeep Narayanan and Dr. T.P. Madhu Nair for their involvement in this. It's been a very qualitative Q&A session. For more questions, you can always log on to toimissionadmission.com and post your questions there. And I hope most of your queries have been solved. The time is 12:55 now. We will resume by 1:15. Thank you.
of Growth Center, a career counseling and consulting organization. She has again done a lot of counseling sessions for students and helped them decide on their career options. So yeah, please welcome her. Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Can this be seen properly? Okay. So how many 10th standard students are here right now? Oh, a lot. And 12th standards, any? A few of them. First question is for the parents who have come with the standard 10 students. So how was your class 10 this year? Don't ask, isn't it? Class 10th, how was it? And the next step is just going to begin. Abhi to bas shuruaat hai, let's see. Yeah, a little bit about us. I am into this field for the past 15 years, me and my set of psychologists. We work in different schools and colleges conducting various programs on seminars, career counseling, aptitude testing and all, conducting workshops and also we are through the media, through a lot of fields, and me and my counselors regularly are featured and or some or the other related to careers, we are always there. So brief about us and then we get to the main thing. First of all, why all these things? I'm sure the parents who are here, हमारे ज़माने में तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं था, कितना आसान था, isn't it? हम graduate कैसे हो गए, हमें पता नहीं चला, ना ही our parents. But I'm sure the parents who are here in standard 10, whose children are in standard 10, they know which section the child left or which was tough for them. Our life was simpler, but yes, there has been a need, and I think Mission Admission has taken the right pulse wherein parents and students are undergoing a phase and trying to help them out with a team of counselors on board. So today what I'll be doing is, I'll be first running a PowerPoint presentation on what are the options after standard 10th as well as 12th, and then how to choose a course also will be discussed, okay? Yes, there are a lot of things happening, so let's see. Just a little bit of overview I would like to give, because since I do a lot of work for Times Group and a lot of questions are poured through your CV as well as Education Times Forum, I see a lot of times students are a bit not understanding a lot of options or how our education system is. Basically, we follow the 10+2+3 system. First 10 years we all have undergone. Yes, the next is certain phases like certificate courses. When we talk, these are short-term courses. They may be through a university or may be totally private or may be totally unrecognized or autonomous. Generally, and certificate courses can be in any branch. Yes, there are certain branches which require in-depth, but it could be hobby courses, it could be software, it could be computer course also, it could be a language course also. Just a little bit of thing, I would be doing this talk in bilingual because I always say in a lot of seminars of mine that as a generation we have lost language. So na hi theek se Hindi baat kar sakte, na hi English, but yes, I'll try to reach as much as I can. Certificate courses जब करना होता है, generally after your 10th standard 10th or 12th, there's a lot of time in hand. So you could do this 15-day or even 3 months or 6 months kind of courses. It could be part-time nature. Then comes the diploma programs. Now when we talk about diploma programs, most of the times ऐसा होता है कि मैडम डिप्लोमा इंजीनियरिंग ही ध्यान में आता है, but there are a lot of diploma programs which ideally can be done after 10th or even after class 12th. The duration could be anywhere between 2 to 4 years. These are again full-time programs which I'm talking about. Because what happens is people say, no, there is a diploma program for 6 months. Just be watchful about it, because generally it could be the certificate programs. Yes, you have bachelor's programs also, which is after class 12th, be it MBBS, be it BR, BA, BCom, BAV, whatever you call it. The duration can be anywhere between 3 to 5.5 years, depending upon which course you're planning to take. Then comes the master or postgraduate, because a lot of times students tell me, Madam, मुझे master's course करना है, post-graduation नहीं. Whatever courses you do after your graduation, that is post your graduation, would be in either a PG diploma or a master's course. Master's course generally are for 2 years, some are for 3 years. And yes, PG diploma can be 2 years, and it may be 1 year for certain courses also. And yes, you have integrated master's programs also, which is after class 12th, wherein you could be directly taking admission for MA, MSc, MTech, jahan par the duration could be anywhere between 5 to 6 years. And yes, you have doctorate also. The PhD, it can take 3, 5, 7 years, depending upon the kind of topic which you are into, your guide, the university, everything. तो ये एक format हमेशा ध्यान में रखिएगा. We follow the 10 plus 2 plus 3 or 4 system, and that's how the master's post-graduation programs would be there. Now the main thing, the options after class 10th. How many could be? Well, you have all these options here. We could be having a Q&A later on. Right now, first, if I would like to go for the exact after class 10th. The first one I would take would be the HSC vocational. Now, a lot of time, it could be called the HSC vocational, bifocal, MCVC. These are various names which have been given, and generally parents बहुत confused हो जाते हैं, क्या करना चाहिए. देखिए, जब आप HSC वोकेशनल बोलते हो तब आपको कॉमर्स या साइंस सेक्शन में आपका एक सब्जेक्ट ड्रॉप होता है. डिपेंडिंग अपॉन विच कॉलेज, इफ़ इट इज़ अ साइंस, इट कुड बी हैविंग IT, कंप्यूटर्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स और मशीन मेंटेनेंस, समथिंग लाइक दैट, टेक्निकल ड्राइंग. इट डिपेंड्स अपॉन विच कॉलेज यू आर टेकिंग. इफ़ इट इज़ कॉमर्स, इट कुड बी बुक कीपिंग और स्टोर्स मैनेजमेंट और समथिंग लाइक दैट. द बिगेस्ट एडवांटेज ऑफ दिस इज़ आपका एक लैंग्वेज नहीं होता. So, जब आप वो FI जैसी ऑनलाइन फॉर्म्स भर रहे हैं, प्लीज़ लुक आउट फॉर दिस. येस, बट द कट ऑफ्स आर वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग. जो स्टूडेंट्स हु हैव टेकन साइंस and if they take HSC vocational, they can directly go for admission in the second year of diploma programs, if not the bachelor's diploma. So, जब ये HSC vocational आता है, MCVC, bifocal, parents and students be very attentive to the subjects you are taking. And yes, it is there, but the cutoffs are very strong. Only for commerce and science branch it is there. Certain things I'm not going to talk about right now because I'll be covering in the next section. Merchant Navy, there are a lot of pre-sea training programs. If I go by the laws or whatever, most of these pre-sea training programs are after class 12th with science. But there are few institutions who could be giving it after class 10th also. The girls and boys who would like to get into Merchant Navy, but definitely not as officers. ये जो भी courses आप 10वीं के बाद देखते हो, आप officer नहीं बनते. आप डॉक्टर भी नहीं बनते, आपको एक जिंदगी भर की एक नौकरी मिल जाती है. दैट्स अबाउट इट, अनलेस यू ऑल ट्राई टू गो हेड विद द स्टडीज. येस, प्री-सी ट्रेनिंग कोर्सेज कैन बी एनीवेयर फ्रॉम 3 to 6 months, like cadet rating, general purpose rating, salon rating and all. Most of the institutions are asking 12 science PCM. मगर अगर प्री-सी ट्रेनिंग कोर्सेज करते हो तो आप कैप्टन ऑफ द शिप नहीं बनते. इट्स वेरी क्लियर. येस, यू हैव ITI. Now, ITI जब हम बम्बई में बोलते हैं तो students are just not ready to hear about it. Yes, but ITI is a good option for people who may be financially on the weaker section or could be having certain family responsibilities. ITI में आपको right from welder, fitter, turner से लेके computer courses, beautician courses are also available. In the sense, engineering as well as the non-engineering trades are available. The course fee is very minimal. And they stand on their own feet and they can go for further diploma programs also. Yes, you have defense. There is matric entry scheme. Again, I'm repeating again, paramilitary, military, medical courses, paramedical courses जो हम बता रहे हैं, वो आपको एक job देता है. That's it. If you talk about the diploma courses, again, it could be diploma in engineering, because diploma जब हम बोलते हैं तो सिर्फ ऐसा होता है कि diploma in mechanical, civil और electrical, मगर DARC भी है, D-Farm भी है, सब diploma programs जो होते हैं वो 10वीं के बाद आपको मिल सकते हैं. Paramedical fields, यानी a few to name, like a dental hygienist or a dental mechanic or an auxiliary nurse, midwifery courses or operation theatre assistant के जो courses होते हैं, you can get it after 10th. These are in most of the medical colleges only. 1 या 2 साल के ये programs होते हैं. And yes, paramilitary and certificate. These are the basic choices which you have after class 10th. देखिए बहुत बार होता है कि पेरेंट्स और स्टूडेंट्स बोलते हैं अलग कोर्सेज क्या है. देखिए फाउंडेशन लेवल पर 10वीं के बाद आपको फर्स्ट चॉइसेस जो मिलते हैं इन मोस्ट ऑफ द यूनिवर्सिटीज़ इन इंडिया, इट वुड बी दिस. नाउ आई वुड गो टू द नेक्स्ट सेक्शन विच इज़ आफ्टर क्लास 12th. इन द सेंस 10वीं में जैसे आई ऑलवेज से आर जनरेशन वॉज अ वेरी लकी जनरेशन. हम 11th में अगर आर्ट्स में एडमिशन लेते थे तो BA करके ही बाहर निकलते थे, मगर अब ऐसा नहीं है क्योंकि 12वीं के बाद ये सब ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल होते हैं. एंड आई विल बी गेटिंग इनटू द डिटेल पार्ट ऑफ इट. होम साइंस आफ्टर क्लास 12th. Mumbai University requires a student to be a science student, but some of the universities offer it for the non-science students also, and it is open for girls and boys. Because home science जब बोलते हैं तो बोला जाता है ये तो लड़कियों के लिए होता है, हमारे लिए थोड़ी ना होता है. But yes, with the craze of a zero size figure and 6-pack abs, the nutrition and dietitians, the food quality control, these are the specializations which are offered. Human development, which helps you to get into counseling services, and of course you have textile, fashion, composite home science, and family resource management courses also. These are all 3 years BSc, BA in home sciences. Most of the agricultural universities are giving it for the boys also. Again, do not mistake कि ये घर की पढ़ाई होती है. Home science is very, very science-based kind of a course. So especially students, if you are in science 12th standard, taken PCB and all, getting into dietetics, nutrition, you can just think about this as an option. Next comes the creative fields. Creative fields, when we talk about, it is first the BFA, BPA or the B Music. These are all 3 to 4 years courses. In सब courses के लिए आपका पिछला training होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. In the sense you should have some base, be it dance, music or whatever, or painting, maybe elementary or intermediate drawing exams आपने दिए, and you are very, very creative in the sense, and these could be the specialization applied art, metal crafts, interiors, sculpture, painting, or even something like dance and all. Again, dance is not Bollywood dancing or salsa what we talk about. We are talking about the Indian forms of dance and music. The students who are interested in taking the creative aspect after class 12th, you all can get into it. Then comes the design, the Bachelor of Design course, which are 4 years programs. And again, design, generally, when I ask this question to students, design जब बोलते हैं तब सिर्फ interior और fashion ध्यान में आता है. But design nowadays is much beyond it. Visual communication, product design, exhibition design, graphics, ceramic and glass design. These are the specializations which are offered by design schools only. Again, you could be a student of class arts, science, commerce, and then you can get into B design. यहाँ पर बहुत बार ऐसा होता है, parents बोलते हैं कि she is very good in drawing, or he is very good in drawing. Can he or she take it? Yes and no also, because it is not only the drawing part, it is the creativity aspect what we are talking about. These are the specialization wherein you could be getting into any of the creative fields. जब हम creative fields की बात करते हैं, especially B design या performing arts या fine arts, it is your creativity. ये आप बोल ही नहीं सकते कि हमने ये इंस्टीट्यूट से किया कि इस प्रोडक्ट डिज़ाइन बेटर देन इंडस्ट्रियल डिज़ाइन और वट एवर. इट्स नॉट दैट वे. आप जितने क्रिएटिव हो, सी आई ऑलवेज गिव दिस एग्जाम्पल, हमारे ज़माने में चेयर्स भी कितने सिंपल हुआ करते थे, और अब ऐसा हुआ है कि हमारे घर का तवा भी एकदम डिज़ाइनर आ गया है. सो यू कैन इमेजिन द चेंज विच वी आर सीइंग, wherein right from our shampoo bottles to sachets to our mobile phones to computers, toys, it's amazingly creative things which we see. The purses are designer, our footwear has become a designer thing, so you can understand the application of this. Our TV serials, see the sets, or even our award functions are all designer things what we see. Jewelry is also a part of it. So when you talk about the designing or the fine arts field, it is a very, very big field. You just cannot, like humne fine arts kiya, so yes, you can get into advertising also, filmmaking also. Yes, I have done BA in music. I could be a choreographer or getting into music stream, or have my own studio or whatever. So understand one thing, क्योंकि बहुत बार ये parents मुझे सवाल करते हैं कि हमने if I do B design, what are the future prospects? Understand it's a field of creativity. आपका बेटा या बेटी जितने creative है और जितनी बार अलग अलग कुछ creative कर सकते हैं उतना ही उनका scope है. We go to the next stream. The most not wanted. Arts. That is what people say, but for me it is one of the toughest field. One which has a lot of research into it. It is an application based field. जहाँ पर ऐसा नहीं होता कि आपने जो सीखा, जैसे अभी जो 10th के बच्चे हैं या 12th के, some rule is given and it is applied. It is never that way. History, geography, political science, economics are all application based. So in fact, if the IQ levels of students are good enough, in fact, fantastic, we say that why don't you take up arts, because it's a very, very research oriented field, and arts gives you specialization in more than 150 kind of different branches. These are just the few which we have listed. And yes, for the students, who, especially the boys who would like to get into the defense part, the army section is open for boys by giving the NDA exam. Because during our times, it was just the science stream students could get into it. The arts stream students, boys, can get into the officers level post by giving the NDA exam, but only the army section gets open, and these are the few specializations. Yes, the new thing which is coming up is liberal arts, taking into account that a student might like biology as well as psychology, or maybe computers as well as something history. So liberal arts is a very, very open kind of a system wherein it could be BA in liberal arts, or these are 4 years program. Not very popular in India because there are hardly 3 to 4 institutions giving it. But yes, there are institutions. It gives you a bachelor's program in liberal arts, so you can think about it. But over here, the person needs to know very well, because you could be learning zoology and history. So think about your electives very well, because very few institutions are giving, and these are the subjects which are taught. I will not be stressing more on this because, as I told you, it's a new thing, upcoming thing, in the sense 4 to 5 institutions in India are only giving it. Arts, science or commerce students can get into liberal arts. Yes, you have BCom, but again, BCom is no more the only BCom thing. There is BAF, there is BBI and BFM. Most of the times, I'm quoting a lot of Mumbai Mirror queries only, as well as people who come at my center. They just come to meet me and ask, ma'am, is BAF better than BBI? Understand one thing, these are undergraduate courses. Now, if you are a person who would like to get into banking and insurance right from an early age, BBI is the option for it. If you are a person who likes stocks, share markets and financial equity market and all, BFM is the answer. And yes, if you would like to get into making a strong base of accounts or finance, BAF. It is not that BAF is better than BBI or BBI is no good. It's nothing like that. और ये ऐसा भी नहीं है कि अगर हमने BAF किया तो will I be eligible to apply in a bank? These are bachelor's programs. And these are 3 years. You could take any one of these depending upon what you would like to study. If some students are there who are very keen in getting into banking, so BAF could be the answer. You can take the traditional BCom, the vanilla, what they call a vanilla course BCom, that is also there. And again, yes, defense also opens up for boys through the army section by giving the NDA exam. BSc. Again, it is the choice when you do not become an engineer or a doctor. BSc is the field which is taken. It is never a chosen field of lakhs of students. Lots of reasons for it. Yes, but BSc, again, a start of research-oriented field. Again, right from statistics, mathematics, aviation, wildlife, chemistry, botany, micro, you all start after class 12. And yes, you need to get into further things also, because again, these are the fields which are application based. बहुत बार सुनाई देता है BSc किया मगर कुछ हुआ नहीं या BSc करके फ़ायदा नहीं है. Thanks to the growing population, it's like always, during a few years ago, it was like 12th किया कुछ हुआ नहीं है. अभी graduation, now it is till the time you do not do a master's kind of qualification, you do not stand much of chances. And yes, with science, you have the first PCB option. I have purposefully taken agricultural sciences because we have seen in cities, especially Mumbai, this is the most forgotten field. I always emphasize that, if you are going to feel hungry, it's not the computer or any ringtone which is going to take care of our stomach. So it is horticulture, floriculture, dairy, poultry. Again, 3 to 4 years BE, BTech and BSc programs offered in agricultural universities only. Again, open for girls and boys, and nothing to do whether I have a farmland or not. Because these are the kind of questions which are asked. And yes, it also has an entrance exam. You can see for it. And yes, PCB, medical option. Again, when I talk about medical, it is just not the MBBS. There is homeopathy, Unani, naturopathy, yogic sciences, Siddha medicine and all, which take you towards it. And yes, you have veterinary and dentistry also, for which you need to have PCB only as your option scores. With medical comes the paramedical fields also, wherein right from physiotherapy, nursing, audiology and speech therapist, prosthetic and orthotic engineer, radiography, all these fields get opened up. Optometry is also one of the fields. So if not medical sciences, you can talk about because today even you go to any doctor, they say do your either a blood test or a CT scan or an X-ray or something. So paramedical professionals are equally in demand. So you can think about this field. And yes, with the PCM, yes, there is engineering, which has more than 50 branches. It's not about civil, mechanical, IT, and telecommunications. There is power, structure, hydraulics, ceramic, petroleum, oil and gas, renewable energy, green energy, all kinds of specialization. आप जो भी engineering का field लेना चाहते हो, PCM is the requirement. In fact, for Maharashtra, it will be physics and maths as the compulsory subject. It could be chemistry, biology, biotech, or even computers for that matter. But all India level, it is PCM. And yes, you also have merchant navy. This merchant navy, when I'm talking, is wherein you could raise up to the level of captain by giving exams. But the initial starting point will be PCM. You have defense for Army, Navy, Air Force, for boys, again, through the NDA route. Girls, please do not look like this. I'll cover this later on. Because the moment I say this is for the boys, there are girls. What happened to the girls? I'll come to that later on. And yes, if you're keen to go for pilot training programs, it is with your PCM score only. Again, when I talk about pilot training, there is no degree, but there are licenses associated, like the student pilot license, the private pilot license, the commercial pilot license, or the ATPL. So understand, because ये बार-बार हमें सवाल किया जाता है, I have done pilot training, so which degree will I get? These are licenses. It has nothing to do with degree courses. So make things a bit clearer over here. And yes, with the growing technology and new thing coming up, you have the PCMB option, which are highly research-oriented options. Highly research-oriented in the sense, these are laboratory-driven programs. Yes, pharmacy, generally standard 10 students tell me that when it is pharmacy, madam, mujhe chemist ka shop nahi kholna hai. Yes, but that is just one of the options, but making medicines is one of the fields, and pharmacy is the answer to it. That is the B-Pharm. Biotechnology, bioinformatics, biomedical engineering, these are all research-oriented fields. Especially for the 10th and 12th standard science students, understand one thing, जब हम ये field की बात करते हैं, तो आप 9 to 5 jobs नहीं करते. आप proper laboratory settings, hospitals या pharmaceuticals के R&D departments में काम करते हो. If you are a person who can go on researching 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever, It could be on seed, it could be on plant, it could be fertilizer, it could be oncology, it could be cancer, it could be any drugs. These are the fields basically. And till the time you do not do a master's degree, there is very limited in store for you. So if you're sincerely planning to get into, because most of the times this is happening, which I see in Mumbai, every year this happens, ma'am वो क्या है ना, हमको BSc Zoo या BSc Micro नहीं करना था, इसलिए मैंने BSc Biotechnology ले ली. This is the status which I'm sure the parents are a little bit, especially the 12th standard के जो parents हैं यहाँ पर, they will come across this thing. BSc Biotech because सुनने में बहुत अच्छा लगता है, मगर एक research oriented field है. Biology and technology combined. And then when I talk about biology, it could be any life sciences, right from genetics, DNA, seed, water, waste management or pollution, it could be everything under it. And yes, bioinformatics जब हम बात करते हैं, biology and information computer sciences की बात होती है, and biomedical engineering is biology, medical sciences and engineering, wherein artificial implants in a body, maybe like a pace setter or an iron rod, whatever you all have been hearing out, these are the fields for it. Again, I'm stressing these are research-oriented fields. Most of the R&D happens by taking up this kind of programs. So if you're really passionate about it, then only opt for these programs. And again, it has to be at least till master's level. And yes, today's generation is now for the 10th standard students. जहाँ पर भी जाओगे, this is just the beginning of the competition. There are a lot of entrance exams. Again, very few you have based on class 12th marks. If you see the pattern of entrance exams, it is mostly, there are the national level entrance exam, all India level. Then you have state level, and then you could be having deemed universities. So now you all need to choose wherein you are ready to go. Like if it is say medical, paramedical, it is the AIPMT. NEET UG is under a lot of litigation, so I really don't like to talk about it. Till the time clear instructions are given, we are not aware. But yes, these are the various entrance exams. You have to see which institution accepts this course. The same goes for engineering also. Most of the times, parents ask me in the sense, I want to do mechanical. So what is the field? Either after 10th you do diploma, or you need to give one or two entrance exam. As a counselor, we generally tell it is better to give at least 2 entrance exams, one at the national level and one at the state level. So you could see the amount of entrance exams which the child has to prepare, minimum 2 at least. But yes, in most of the fields there are entrance exams, be it architecture, be it law, be it designing, as well as fine arts. यहाँ पर ऐसा very few courses are there wherein a child gets admission based on their class 12th marks only. So if you all are planning to get into architecture, there's an entrance exam. Designing course, entrance exam. Agricultural sciences, entrance exam. So now again the parents are wondering, oh my, so the first lot is now second lot also I have to think. Yes, we all have to think because the preparation time could be around 1.5 to 2 years. So I have heard that a lot of students start their preparation, they have already started before the results are out. So these are the things which you need to keep in mind. And yes, this is open for all now. आपने science लिया हो, arts लिया हो या commerce लिया हो, 12th के बाद you can divulge into various fields. यानी you can get into architecture also if you have taken arts, but you need to take maths in your class 11th and 12th. कोई ज़रूरी नहीं है कि आपने science ही लेना चाहिए. And a lot of time this question is asked to me that if I take arts with maths, will I be preferred or will a science student be preferred? It has nothing to do with it because ultimately your class 12th and entrance exam marks are taken into consideration. You have computers also. जैसे हमारे ज़माने में था ना जो BA होता है आर्ट्स लिया वो BSc की तरफ नहीं जा सकता मगर ये बच्चे जा सकते अगर उन्होंने आर्ट्स या कॉमर्स लेके भी मैथ्स अगर लिया हो they can go for BSc in IT or computer science or BCS or BCA. Now again the next question is like कौन सी डिग्री अच्छी है देखिए ये बैचलर्स कोर्सेज है प्लीज़ गो थ्रू द सिलेबस एंड सी विच सूट्स यू देयर इज़ नथिंग गुड और बैड अबाउट इट these are various undergraduate programs given by various universities. Fine arts, that is BFA, And yes, the hospitality sector, the tourism sector also gets opened up after class 12th, either through Bachelor of Hotel Management and Catering operations or BSc in hospitality kind of courses, wherein again, it is based on class 12th marks. BMM, mass media में जाना है, journalism करना है, advertising करना है, after class 12th, you can diverge into BMM. And yes, BMM is given in Marathi also in Mumbai. So think about it. और जब हम BMM की बात करते हैं, a lot of students prefer BMM or a BMS because they do not like to do the traditional BA or BCom degrees. I'll talk about this in my next segment, but right now these are the options I would like to tell you. And yes, management. 3 साल के 12वीं के बाद BMS, BBA. The question which comes is BBA better than BMS? ऐसा नहीं होता है. अगर आप यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ मुंबई के कोई कॉलेज से करते हो, आपको BMS डिग्री मिलती है. जब आप कोई और यूनिवर्सिटी से, पूना यूनिवर्सिटी और NMIMS और बैंगलोर यूनिवर्सिटी और यूनिवर्सिटी अब्रॉड, यू गेट अ BBA डिग्री. नाउ लकीली BMM और BMS के लिए कोई एंट्रेंस एग्जाम नहीं होती. Luckily, except for St. Xavier's, but बाकी के सब colleges, हाँ, some relief somewhere wherein I could just get admission on my class 12th marks. These are the options. ये physical education की जब हम बात करते हैं, the students who are more towards sports or would like to get into sports coaching. Now, this program is sometimes a 3-year program and sometimes it is given at a postgraduate level also. So you need to know which university you are planning to get into. BPEd, social work. The most not wanted course, at least in Mumbai. Students who are aspiring for WHO or UNESCO kind of a work area or would like to get into something international things, this could be just the starting of it. That is the BSW. And yes, for the students who are very keen to get into legal studies, you have BA LLB, BBA LLB. After class 12th, which is a 5-year integrated course. So you can think about all these options after class 12th itself. And yes, University of Mumbai has planned this year certain new programs. Of course, I'm not much aware of it. I'm making it very clear, but these are the plans for the students. You can look into it. Which colleges would be giving will be known later on only. But yes, they are trying to reach academia and industry together, wherein culinary arts, films, human sciences, if you see the commerce, the kind of specialization they would be offering, these could be the specializations. Again, I'm telling, I'm not having much of information, but they plan to introduce this year from this June itself, so you all can watch out in the newspapers for more information. And yes, for science also, these are the fields. And for technology, mechatronics, electronics, and electrical engineering at the BE levels, because mechatronics is generally given at the postgraduate level, but now they are giving it at the undergraduate level. यहाँ पर जो पेरेंट्स होंगे वो सोच रहे होंगे कि इतने सारे प्रोग्राम्स, अंडरस्टैंड वन थिंग, ये बहुत सारे स्पेशलाइजेशंस हमारे ज़माने में मास्टर्स लेवल पर होते थे. अब ये कोर्सेज थोड़े अंडर ग्रेजुएट लेवल पर भी है और मास्टर्स पर भी है. सो ऐसे एडवांटेज और डिसएडवांटेज नहीं होता, बट देर आर प्रोग्राम्स विच योर चाइल्ड कैन अंडरगो राइट आफ्टर क्लास 12th itself. And yes, after class 12th, there are a lot of other programs. जैसे डिप्लोमा होता है, सर्टिफिकेट होता है, फाउंडेशन प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं. ये जो डिप्लोमा प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं वो जनरली 1 year पार्ट टाइम वाले कोर्सेज होते हैं. I generally tell people that, see, if you have in mind that I am going to do MBA in marketing or something, MBA in finance, and you would like to know whether it is the field, then there's no harm in enrolling for a 1 year part-time programs. Most of the commerce colleges and business schools give it. Some of the colleges might ask for some work experience. तो देखिए आपको colleges में जाके देखना पड़ेगा, because these are all autonomous courses and you could be doing it simultaneously. This is very advantageous for the students. Suppose you are taken, say, BSc Zoo, or maybe you're in a hospitality sector, or you're in any of the non-finance field, and you might have thought कि नहीं मुझे finance अच्छा लगता है, तो this could give you a foundation. जब आप डिप्लोमा प्रोग्राम्स करते हो आपको जॉब्स नहीं मिलते, बट आपकी फाउंडेशन स्ट्रांग हो जाती है, स्पेशली फ्रॉम द स्टूडेंट्स हु आर नॉट फ्रॉम दैट फील्ड. एंड यस, यू हैव, सॉरी, जस्ट अ मोमेंट. The students who would like to get into CA, ICWS, CS, your foundation program, level 1 program starts after class 12th. Yes, you have to do the registration after class 10th itself, but if you're planning to get into a professional certification, the foundation is after class 12. There are cabin crew training programs, as well as if you see, there is designing, fashion, interior, jewelry also, DED hai, event management bhi hai. Again, I'm repeating, most of the programs are 1-year part-time programs. You all could do simultaneously with your bachelor's degree also. And yes, you still have some more to get into it. It could be travel, tourism, retail, taxation. It could be import-export, hotel management. Again, hotel management, you will come across situations wherein there are certain courses आप 10th के बाद भी कर सकते हो, 12th के बाद भी कर सकते हो और graduation के बाद भी. Here you have to see the duration as well as the nature of course. That is whether it's a part-time course or a full-time course. Diploma है या bachelor's courses है, मगर ये सब courses आपको available है right after your class 12th. And yes, अलग courses चाहिए होते हैं इस generation को. मुझे कुछ अलग बनना होता है. The offbeat. RJ बोलिए, scuba diving बोलिए, tea tasting और animal trainer kind of courses है. But as a counselor, I would say, 10वीं के बाद नहीं. It's maybe after a graduation, but understand there are courses. These are generally, these are not, formal training courses नहीं होते. Either कोई private institution या कोई professional might be giving these courses. But there are courses for the students who would like to get into a different field. Most of the time, students come and tell me, मुझे वो same नहीं करना है, मुझे कुछ अलग करना है. There are alag courses also for you, but institutions are few. Understand again, after class 10th, it is highly not at all recommended. You should do at least your basic graduation degree and get into it because it requires some kind of maturity levels also. Most of these courses are available after class 12th itself. So you all can think again, यहाँ पर कोई university recognized courses नहीं हैं. तो अगर आप पूछते हो कि गवर्नमेंट रिकॉग्नाइज्ड या यूनिवर्सिटी रिकॉग्नाइज्ड, इट इज़ नॉट दैट वे. सो यू नीड टू टेक योर कॉल्स दैट वे. एंड येस, यू डू हैव कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स आफ्टर ग्रेजुएशन. यानी आपने आर्ट्स में किया हो, साइंस में किया हो, आप MBBS हो, आर्किटेक्ट हो, या आपने BSc जूओ या BA साइकोलॉजी या पॉलिटिकल साइंस में भी आपकी बैचलर्स डिग्री की हो, यू आर एलिजिबल फॉर वेरियस कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स. और लड़कियों के लिए जिनको डिफेंस में जाना है उनके लिए CDSC होती है, कॉमन डिफेंस सर्विसेज एग्जाम, विच यू ऑल कैन गेट इनटू. So understand these fields are opened up, be the UPSC or the MPSC exam, the staff selection exam, the railway recruitment board exam, be it an engineer, a doctor, a hotel management student, or even a BA psychology student can definitely get into it. So a little bit as a counselor that I would like to say that list all career alternatives properly. Please evaluate each one. कोई बोल रहा है इसीलिए मत लीजिए. Would I really like to get into it? Research each alternative well. When we talk about research, you need to do all these things. अब कैसा है, वेकेशन टाइम बहुत है आपके पास. The students, especially the students, other than chatting and Facebook or WhatsApping, you could actually get into all these things. There is loads of information given, and yes, find the course career that is most closest. Do not go it in the sense, ये नहीं तो वो चल जाएगा, because the moment the CET, the JEE advanced, mains results are out, my center is full of people with lot of questions and lot of ambiguity out there. But that's what we try to say, that first understand everything very well, and you all are well ahead in advance. So start the homework now. And yes, I would say you need to be very, very positive. You need to think a lot, very much seriously. Career information मैंने एक पार्ट तो ख़त्म कर दिया है. Now I'll be going to my next session wherein how you should be going about. Tell me after listening to this, especially the students of Standard 10, please give me a right answer. Are you still confused or you all have got the clarity? नहीं, confused? Yes, इतने courses तो बता दिए, अब क्या करें? You come back to level 1 again, wherein I had thought that I would take up architecture by taking science. Now madam is telling you can take arts or commerce also. So what do I do? Now how do I get into engineering, or which entrance exam I need to give? So which brings to the next important topic, which I always tell people that maybe ये जो information है आज की ज़िंदगी में बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं होती. What we need to do is what is the best for me, and that is what I'm going to cover in my next topic. I always say this is the most important part of my talk, because it's not about information, it is about how do we take things ahead. Right now, could you tell me, is this you? 10th standard students, huh? Not the parents. बहुत confused हो गए आप लोग, थोड़े बहुत, थोड़े नहीं, पता नहीं, अब तो और भी unsure हो गए. See, the idea is to first tell you that there are lots of options, because what is happening is, this is what is actually happening, because एक different career करना है, अलग बनना है, हमको कुछ interesting करना है ज़िंदगी में, and let me tell you, there's nothing wrong. As a teenager, what you are thinking is absolutely right, because you need that kind of inquisitiveness or that curiosity to look out for different things. And yes, but the problem is you all need instant success also. जो होने वाला नहीं है. Yes, all the teenagers are smiling, because a lot of times ये सेंटर में भी हमारे यहाँ बहुत बार होता है, मैम ये कोर्स करने से जल्दी जॉब मिलेगा, ये करने से इतनी सैलरी मिलेगी, ये डेजिग्नेशन मिलेगा. These are the questions which are always bombarded. But understand one thing, it takes a period of time. It is never that आपने a lot of times this interesting question is asked to me, give me a course which is of short term and will give me long term success. तो वो जो instant success होता है ना, तो let's not get into something different. Fancy designations. Especially the parents who are here, who are working, have realized it in their own organizations. बड़े-बड़े fancy designations होते हैं, और till date a lot of times I don't understand these designations only. But this generation, कोई बोले आज के ज़माने में कहीं भी आपको clerk है नहीं मिलता, junior executive होता है वो. But these are, and I get so surprised when they write to me or they come to my center and they tell me, ma'am, but you see, they were just giving me a trainee's designation. But that is the starting point. So let's come to the world of reality, wherein you need to know. Luxury, yes. A lot of people tell me that I would like to retire at the age of 40. And again, these are the new concepts which I really don't understand, because for me, I always feel that till date, your God, Sachin Tendulkar is still played and Amitabh Bachchan is still working, and I don't know why these generations want to retire at 40. They want a 5-day work, Saturday, Sunday offs, great designation, and everything fantastic. Even I am looking out for such a job, which I know which is not existing. But as a teenager, see, I would always say it's nice to have such thought process, but understand these are your fantasies, this is a dream stage. Now we'll come to the reality stage, which is also this, which most of them are here. A parent is concerned and a child is totally confused. So what do we do? Because there is lack of correct information and there is information overload also. Most of the times in my center during my session, people come with such printouts to me. Madam, ये हमने यहाँ से निकाला है, and then I have to just listen to them. Okay, if you have done so much of research, what do I do now? So much of information also can be very, very disastrous, because not all information what you will read might be true. A lot of popular myths attached. If I do not do engineering from, or if I do not get my MBA from so and so institution, I will not have a career. Or the biggest popular myth, arts में तो कोई career ही नहीं होता. And I always say that I'm neither an engineer nor a MBA, but we are into a field called career counseling, which was not even there. So think about it in a very, very realistic manner. Peer pressure. Want to be in the groove, the cool gang and the pink ladies, and I don't know what all fantastic names they give. Yes, that the parents know what I'm talking about. आप कुछ भी बोलिए, you are the super villain of your child, and the friend is the fantastic person in the entire world, because he or she understands her much better than you, isn't it? And it is there, it is universal. ये सभी घरों में हो रहा है और सभी. We'll come to the reality later on. Unclear interests. मैम मुझे फोटोग्राफी भी अच्छी लगती है, and you know I'm interested in biology and I love reading space sciences. And when such a student comes in front of me, I have to sit with the child to understand from where all this came into. Lot of unclarity because maybe कोई course पूरी तरह से किया ही नहीं है, या पता नहीं, there could be so many other reasons. Biggest thing what we are seeing is unclear interest because they themselves are not sure whether it is my interest or not. And we'll see the further things also. While taking career decisions, it could be by chance. It could happen to somebody that somebody recommended a course, maybe an uncle or some brother who is in US who told, and it was good for him. It may be good for you or may not. It could be sometimes this way also. I want you to become so-and-so, or better get into this. I'm sure this scene I'm not going to explain much. Sometimes very, very unrealistic. ये unrealistic part हम क्यों बोल रहे हैं? Because with the change in the admission processes, believe me, when the best of 5 policy came in, me and my counselors were totally, throughout the day we were just answering phone calls because the child who got 80% with the best of 5 policy got 92%, and now the parents were thinking that, oh, आपने तो ये बता दिया पर अभी 92 मिल गए तो साइंस कर सकते हैं. Yes, let me tell you, there are people, but understand it's a change in policy. Overnight, आपके बच्चे का IQ level नहीं बढ़ गया है. Just something very, very unrealistic, which we see. Yes, I took him to some so-and-so coaching classes. All this while, he was getting 60-70%, and now with the kind of work the tutor is putting and he or she is putting, I'm sure he's going to get 90%, and all those things are given. Just a little. See, these are what we have seen, what is happening, and yes, sometimes just following the trend. It's a trend like engineering के बाद ही MBA करना होता है. BCom करके बाद MBA कोई value नहीं होती. You know, I get such a lot of times the myths are so strongly put that I sit and wonder ये सब आया कहाँ से? But this is what is happening, and yes, this is one thing which I do in almost all the seminars, and I just love it. For the standard 10 students, this is the thing which we have researched. We have seen after class 10th, and for the students who are in 12th standard, 1-2 साल पहले ये आपके पास साथ ज़रूर हुआ होगा. How do they take decisions? मैम क्या 90% तो हमने तो सोचा ही है, क्या लेंगे? उससे कम और उससे कम? Everybody wants to be different, and everybody is still thinking on the same lines. Believe me, Kolaba, Kolhapur, Rajkot, Hyderabad, Dombivli, Vileparle, this is still the answer consistently which we have got for the past 12 years in each and every seminar. 90-92% science ही लेना होता है. And ऐसा भी होता है, मैम ये सब बोल के क्या फ़ायदा? Ultimately percentage जितना आएगा उतना ही तो हम लेंगे ना. ये ही हमको सुनाई देता है. We'll talk about it later on, but I'll tell you the influences. Parental pressures. Now the parents who are sitting here, I'm not going to talk. We always say, the parents who are outside, not in the auditorium. मैं नहीं बन सका इसलिए तू बन. या हमारे घर पे सभी lawyers हैं, so you have to take up law. Or I'm a practicing doctor, so who will take care of my clinic? See, these are practical expectation. I wouldn't say it is right or wrong. Yes, parental pressures are there on students. I'm sure we all do it. I will never say that we do not do it. We know what all we do. Subtly, non-subtly, we know how it is. But students at a teenage level do get affected. Status होता है. ABC college में अगर admission मिला, तो status. If I go in an international board, then status. If I take up science, there is status. But whether you want to do it or not is not. Most of the students, let me tell you, over the years refuse to go in a junior college. Because उनको वो uniform नहीं पहननी होती, उसमें कोई status ही नहीं होता. But the repute college, top colleges as per whatever listings you all have, because I don't know which other top colleges, I always tell everyone, बट दिस इज़ वॉट इट इज़ कि अगर वो होगा तो ही होता है. एंड येस, जो तेरा है वो मेरा है. हर एक फ्रेंड ज़रूरी होता है, सब यहाँ होता है. एंड येस, आई रियली डोंट लाइक टू टॉक अबाउट अ लॉट ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंसर्स बिकॉज वी नो दिस इज सो एविडेंट. Our research has still not proved wrong to us because we have seen friends के हिसाब से, and somewhere you know the parents are also relieved. क्या है ना मैम, 8 से एक साथ ही कोचिंग क्लासेस में थे तो अच्छा है ना, सब फ्रेंड्स एक साथ ही रहेंगे, एक ही कॉलेज में जाएंगे. हम अगर कॉलेज में जाके आगे क्या है, समथिंग विच वी नीड टू थिंक अबाउट. एंड येस, ट्रेंड्स, गेमिंग फील्ड है, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी है, और समथिंग विच हैव यू नो वी कम अक्रॉस द न्यू एज करियर्स, ई कॉमर्स, ये जो ट्रेंड वाइज भी करियर सिलेक्ट किए जाते हैं. एंड येस, लास्ट but not the least, personal aspirations. We have come across students who say, मम्मा डैडी को कुछ भी बोलने दो, मैंने तो सोच लिया मुझे क्या करना है. I am going to get into air hostess, or I know I am going to join my music band, but I am not going to tell it to my parents because you know घर पे क्या होने वाला है. See, what I am trying to tell you is, as counselors we have done this research work, और 10वीं के बाद जनरली हमारे यहाँ ऐसे ही करियर डिसीजंस लिए जाते हैं. लेट्स सी, मिशन एडमिशन हैज़ टेकन दिस इनिशिएटिव. लेट्स सी हाउ हेल्पफुल फॉर यू दिस ईयर. एंड वाई इज समथिंग विच वी डिस्कस्ड. दिस इज़ वॉट आई वुड लाइक टू से, हाउ नॉट टू चूज़. बिकॉज हमेशा ये सवाल पूछा जाता है, विच आर द अपकमिंग, विच आर द हॉट एंड हैपनिंग. ऐसा कोई हॉट एंड हैपनिंग करियर नहीं होता. अपकमिंग, येस, देयर कुड बी न्यू नेम्स अटैच टू इट. जैसे वी टॉक अबाउट बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, बट इफ़ यू गो टू द TIFR वेबसाइट एंड ऑल, दे से इट इज़ मॉडर्न बायोलॉजी. दे नेवर यूज द वर्ड बायोटेक्नोलॉजी. अंडरस्टैंड वन थिंग, देर आर अ लॉट ऑफ न्यू थिंग्स हैपनिंग, बट जो बेसिक फाउंडेशन कोर्सेज होते हैं वो ऑलमोस्ट मोर और लेस सेम है, ज़्यादा उसमें चेंज नहीं हुए. इसलिए आई टॉक अबाउट देर आर नो हॉट करियर फील्ड्स. इमेजिन सब सिर्फ इंजीनियर्स हो गए, कोई डॉक्टर नहीं बना, कोई CA नहीं बना, कोई एक्टिंग नहीं की, कोई कुक शेफ नहीं बना, तो नहीं होता है. प्रैक्टिकल मेजर्स, अंडरस्टैंड विच फील्ड यू आर गेटिंग इनटू, व्हाट आर द मेजर्स विच आर, बिकॉज स्पेशलाइजेशंस आपको अभी नहीं होते, बाद में होते. और बहुत से स्पेशलाइजेशन के लिए आपने क्लास 12th के सब्जेक्ट्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होते, तो वो आप ध्यान में रखिएगा. स्टार्टिंग सैलरीज, every time at almost every platforms I am asked what is the starting salary, and this is exactly how you are not going to choose it. Because starting salaries, yes, there are certain people who get fantastic starting salaries, what you all read in the newspapers, पर ध्यान में रखिएगा वो पूरे बैच में वो 10 या 15 बच्चों के ही होते हैं, बाकी के जो होते हैं वो सीन बहुत अलग होता है. And parents also ask me the same question, that which is good scope, what is the salaries. स्टार्टिंग सैलरीज 5, 8, 12, 15, 20, 25 ही होने वाली है. और कभी कभार मोस्ट ऑफ द फील्ड्स में सैलरीज भी नहीं होती इनिशियली ड्यूरिंग द ट्रेनिंग पीरियड. सो लेट्स कम टू द प्रैक्टिकलिटी एंड प्लेसमेंट रेट्स. Which institute will be giving me a placement after my MBA or this or that and all. Placement scene changes every year. Yes, there is an alumni, there is a history, but it may not be true because ultimately जो recruiter होता है वो institution के साथ नहीं, आपने interview कैसा दिया उस पर बहुत निर्धारित करता है. So these are the things which you are not supposed to consider while choosing any careers. अब हम कब से करियर की बात करें, this is only for the standard 10th student. Everybody would be studying, right, after class 10th? Of course. What kind of a question is that? So हम सब लोग career planning, what are the courses की बात करें, so what is a career then? Standard 10 students only first. Is it a job? Is it a designation? What is it career all about then? सुना तो है, पता नहीं है. करियर सबको करना तो है, मगर अब ये करियर क्या होता है ये बताइए. A lot of students, because ये जो होता है ना हमारे सेंटर में हमेशा जून में ना मैं और मेरे काउंसलर सब बिजी होते हैं. Because we get frantic calls from students who have undergone counseling from us. मैम मुझे यहाँ पर नहीं एडमिशन मिला, अब मेरा तो करियर डूब गया. I'm telling you this happens and parents also get very frantic about it. So ये करियर होता क्या है? Is it that if you get admission in so and so college, आपका करियर बन जाता है? Tell me. I don't know. Yes, now they're thinking about it. Is it that only engineers have careers and no other field? ऐसा भी तो नहीं है. तो फिर ये करियर होता क्या है? A very simple question for the students who are so keen to do something different in life, who is having so many aspirations. So what is this career all about we are talking? Is this a career that if you get admission in so-and-so college, or if you do, वो जो होता है ना engineering and MBA, वो ही करेंगे तो ही career होता है क्या? I'm coming to again the most important aspect, that career is not, okay, I'll ask the question, students, okay, after completing your studies, the 10th standard students, how many of y'all are going to do a job? Okay, a few. And who are going to be businessmen or women? Again, 2. तो अब इतनी सब पढ़ाई करके करने वाले क्या हो? See, there either you can do a job or you start your own working area, right? तो ये जो सब करियर करना है वो करना क्या है फिर? इतनी पढ़ाई इतना तामझाम क्यों कर रहे हो सब लोग? See, somewhere you will have to work, right? हाँ, वो तो है ही. तो when I asked a question, only a few people raised their hands. Understand, career either you do through your own thing, and it is a lifelong process. करियर कभी भी ऐसा नहीं होता है कि आपने 10वीं में एडमिशन एक अच्छे कॉलेज में ले ली, या 12वीं के बाद हमने ABC इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में या मेडिकल साइंसेज या आर्किटेक्चर के कॉलेज में ले लिया तो आपका करियर ऐसे कभी भी नहीं होता. इट्स अ प्रोसेस which takes you through the entire journey, could be around 10 to 15 or even 20-25 years. Career, especially for the students who are here, the teenagers, 3 महीने में 3 साल में, because I come across people who tell me, ma'am, I had 3 months of work experience. And I'm like, okay, 3 महीने का ही था, ऐसे बता रहे थे कि 30 साल का work experience है. Understand, it takes time. It is not going to be hot and happening or 6 months में नहीं. So beware of this, and yes, it is a process, not an event. यानी आप आज मिशन एडमिशन का लेक्चर कर लिया तो आप शाम को जाके करियर प्लानिंग प्लीज मत कीजिएगा. इट्स अ रिक्वेस्ट. यू नीड अ लॉट ऑफ मोर इन्फॉर्मेशन बिकॉज आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू अ ब्रीफ आउटलाइन ऑफ व्हाट आर द ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल फॉर यू. एंड येस, it has to be done through a process, and that's why I'm coming to the next important thing, understanding fields, the aptitudes, the nature of work which is involved. डिज़ाइनिंग फील्ड में जब जाना होता है, as I told you in my previous talk, बहुत से पेरेंट्स, मैम इसकी ड्राइंग अच्छी है. सिर्फ ड्राइंग अच्छी होने से डिज़ाइनिंग या क्रिएटिव फील्ड आप नहीं जा सकते. यू नीड टू हैव इनेट इनोवेशन एंड क्रिएटिविटी. इमेजिन द एडवर्टाइजर्स हु गिव अस एडवर्टाइजिंग, एक 10 सेकेंड में वो पूरी स्टोरी बताते हैं हमें 30 सेकेंड में. इतनी इमेजिनेशन होनी चाहिए. एंड दैट इज़ वॉट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द क्रिएटिव फील्ड्स वेर इन इट रिक्वायर्स ऑल दिस. If I talk about the technical or engineering, your concepts of physics and mathematics have to be very strong. Not by going to a coaching class जहाँ पर आपको 20 out of 20 मिलते हैं. I'm not talking about that. Conceptual clarity जब तक आपको engineering fields में नहीं आती, आपको बहुत आपका 4 साल का कोर्स 6 या 8 साल में ख़त्म हो सकता है. So this is what we are talking about each and every field. If it is hospitality, a lot of students come to my center saying, मैडम मैं एक अच्छे 5 स्टार में काम कर रहा हूँ, मगर वहाँ पर क्या है, कितना देर काम करना पड़ता है, 12-12 घंटे काम करना पड़ता है, कोई छुट्टियाँ नहीं होती. Hospitality is service with smile, period. You cannot say that हमको छुट्टियाँ कम है. So understand the field properly what we are talking about. Because most of the students come to me saying that I thought I will be in a 5-star and it will be so fantastic working. Yes, the environment is fantastic, but you need to work hard over there. There are long working hours. It could be night duties, it could be shifts, it could be something which you are not culturally brought up also. Because believe me, students who are communities which are strong on vegetarian and all, they find it difficult to adapt to this. So make all these things very, very clear while choosing a career. Health sciences, again, वो क्या है ना, मेडिकल फील्ड में 5.5 साल कौन इन्वेस्ट करेगा? अरे डॉक्टर कैसे बनोगे? डॉक्टर, इमेजिन यू गोइंग टू अ डॉक्टर हु इज नॉट क्वालिफाइड विद जस्ट डूइंग अ 2 years or a 3 years course, how dreadful it can be. See, fields like medical sciences, be it the paramedical, be it veterinary dentistry, the formal training period is 5.5 to 6 years, but by the time you establish, you do the number of cases and all, it takes 10-12 years to establish. And this is true for most of the courses. Management. Again, most of the students go for BMS क्योंकि उनको BA, BCom traditional courses नहीं करने होते. But are you really interested in the functions of HR, marketing, finance, operations, systems? That is what you need to see. Are you a people-oriented person? Are you a person who can work within those limited resources? This is what management teaches you. Defense. Again, very physically challenging. One who is adventurous need to get into it. Media. A lot of times, n number of students have approached me, ma'am, मुझे आज तक का reporter बनना है या Star TV or NDTV, or I would like to have my article published in Times of India. It's really good to hear this, but let's come to the realistic thing, क्योंकि आपको you not only are supposed to write, but you need to know a lot of things by reading. It should be politics also, it should be history, geography, spirituality, everything. Because you just can't say कि मैं सिर्फ a lot of time these students come to me and say मुझे Nat Geo का photographer बनना है. Thanks to Ranbir Kapoor, a lot of Nat Geo photographers. When 3 Idiots came in, there were a lot of wildlife photographers who used to come. When there are the serials which come up, and if there is a serial related to a pilot, half of the girls would like to get into pilot. So a lot of trends and all this happen, and they associate those figures only, but we would like to get into something realistic. When it comes to the media world, you need to be 24/7. You can't say, I'm sure हमने देखा है, be it a day like 26 July or whatever. The reporter has to be there. You cannot say मेरे घर के सामने इतना पानी भर गया तो मैं नहीं आ सकता. If there's something happening, you have to be at that event, and whatever your editor asks you to cover. It is about that, and that's what यहाँ पर most of the time students say that, you know ma'am, मेरे articles school magazines में छप के आए. It's fantastic, but you need to read also. It is not about writing. It's the command on language which is important. फिर वो मराठी हो, हिंदी हो, English हो, whichever language you are planning to. But understand, media जब आप बात करते हो, it is a very different gamut of activities. And yes, computational. Computers जब हम बात करते हैं, it is not about engineering. Your maths has to be fantastic. I always tell, remember, Bill Gates was a school dropout. He's not an engineer. So the fascination for computer engineering, think about it, maths अगर weak है, logical reasoning नहीं है, computational ability नहीं है, तो आप ज़्यादा नहीं कर सकते उस field में. It's not about a BE or a BTech degree from a fantastic institute. These days I always tell, you know, आजकल admissions लेना इतना problem नहीं है, because you do get admissions. But after getting the admissions, how you survive in that field is most important, and that's what we talk, and it is a solitary work profile. Why? Because a lot of software engineers come to the center saying, ma'am, मुझे coding नहीं अच्छा लगता. Understand, coding is going to be a part and parcel, at least for the first 3 years in the initial years. So need to know these things very, very clearly. और जब आप computational field में जाते हो, by just doing a BCA or BE in computer or software engineering, it is not going to be enough. Because computer is the most dynamic field, and every 6 months, 8 months or 1 year, you need to upgrade with various certification in hardware or software. Students ask me, is C++ better than C? It's not that you need to know everything, the software, because you can't just have a program just running on C++ or Visual Basic. You need to know there are various platforms attached. So आप जितने updated हो, that's the only way you can survive in the field of computers. And yes, research. Students tell me they want to become scientists. They would like to get into business analytics. I would like to get as a market research. Again, patience and long computational hours. When I talk about wildlife, because this is something new which has picked up for the past 2-3 years, जहाँ पर students are asking about wildlife photography, wildlife journalism. आपको वहाँ पर होना ज़रूरी है. It's good to see on Discovery and all, but understand it is years of patience. You can't expect a monkey to give a pose the way you want it. You will have to wait for that long. So when you're talking about these fields, let's come to the realistic aspect. And yes, computers, when I'm talking, it needs all this. And so how to resolve this entire confusion which we are here going through. Explore as many areas as you can, which you are now into the state. Understand the fields, read various blogs. A lot of things are written in newspapers. Everywhere it has been written. On the internet it is there. Just speak to the professionals of the field. See what, focus, and then it's an action time. And how do you resolve it? Is through the 4 aspects. While choosing a career, you need to know only these 4 aspects. First, know yourself. Biggest thing, before choosing the career also, first know yourself. And when I talk about yourself, most of the mothers say, "Mujhe to mera beta pata hai." Yes, you know your child very well. There is no argument about it. But when we are talking with reference to choosing of courses, you need to know all this. Aptitude, strengths, weaknesses, IQ levels. Again, students and parents mistake between aptitude and interest. A child does have interest and no aptitude, and could have an aptitude and no interest at all. The basic difference has to be clear. जहाँ पर होता है ना, ये बचपन से ही खिलौने बहुत तोड़ता है, तो ये इंजीनियर बनेगा. This is not, because this happens in most of our Indian families. ये ऐसे इंजीनियर नहीं होते. इंजीनियर constructs, doesn't destruct. So ये जो concepts होते हैं ज़रा ठीक से समझ लीजिएगा. Aptitude is the innate ability. With simple training, you can get ahead with it. Strengths, weaknesses, IQ level, again it is not equivalent to your academic scores. जैसे होता है ना 60% यानी average है और 90% यानी बहुत होशियार. Again, it is not. Your ability to grasp concepts is what is IQ levels all about. As students, you all have come across this situation a lot of times. See, there are sometimes your friends know poems in one reading, whereas you have to struggle. Some students can understand theorems of geometry very well, wherein you have to actually invest 3 hours out there. That is their innate ability to understand concepts. This you all need to be clear. Weaknesses, strengths. Strengths और weaknesses जब हम बोलते हैं तो बड़े ही अलग हमको information आती है. One second. Just a minute. There's some problem, I think so. But as a IQ, aptitude, strengths, weaknesses part, the biggest thing. We go to the next thing. Know your options. While choosing a career, know your course option. What are the various courses available for me? College options जान लीजिए. If in Mumbai, which part of Mumbai, or in Maharashtra, especially for the class 12 students. What are the alternative routes? अगर मुझे genetics में जाना है, should I go through the MBBS route, or should I take bachelor's in engineering, or should I go through the microbiology route or biotechnology route? See, there are various alternatives. It's not that आपको एक ही route होता है. There are n number of alternatives offered by various institutes. Combination careers लीजिएगा. A lot of times students come and tell me, ma'am मैंने German तो सीख लिया मगर कुछ फ़ायदा का ही नहीं हुआ. And where are you working? They say, I work in Bank of Baroda. What I'm coming to you is, if you are planning to be in the hospitality industry, learn a foreign language. If you are planning to get into something, even IT related field, get into those kind of related certification. If you are learning architecture, maybe go for Vastu Shastra or Feng Shui kind of certification. It has to be some combination, and there has to be a backup plan. And when we talk about backup plans, the most popular is engineering में जब तक admission नहीं मिलती हमने BSc में लेके रख दिया है. That is not a backup plan. If you are a student whose physics and maths is strong, if it is not civil, can I go for structural engineering? Can I go for mechanical or automobile? The physics and the maths oriented engineering fields, or can I go for a different kind of engineering field which is not so physics oriented, maybe an IT or computers kind of a thing. You need to have very good backup plans, because you never know, because in India, it's like you might score 90.2 or even 95.8. And like you, there are another 200 students with the same score. So get your backup plans very, very clear. And yes, you should know your resources. As students, you just have 2 resources, your time and your parents' money. You need to know, because generally, as Indian parents, we do not disclose our financials with the students thinking, ki, I'll take care of it. It's really nice, we are all brought up that way and we end up doing that, but let's come to the realistic world, because ये center में हमेशा होता है, बच्चा आके हमको बोलता है मुझे तो abroad जाना है, and then the father calls us up and said, madam उतनी हमारी तैयारी नहीं है. Make things very clear, or maybe you can opt for scholarships or some educational loans होते हैं. Make things very clearer for the parent, for the students, so that you know आगे की planning भी बहुत अच्छी हो. So keep these resources intact, and yes, know the scope. Again, when we are talking about scope, you need to know where I need to upgrade. Students come and tell me, मुझे marketing तो लेना है, बहुत interest है मैम, पर I can't travel. Or you know, I'm a person who cannot make friends easily. See, understand what you all are getting into. If you all are planning, because a CS personality is different, the requirements of marketing professionals are different from that of a medical professional. So this is where you need to know the scope. Over here, I always give our example. 15 years ago, career counseling was not even a profession. We have undergone all the challenges. Or maybe 20 years before, nobody knew a profession called a dietitian or a nutrition. So with every economic cycle, trends are going to change. There are going to be new things which were not heard of before. And still 5 years down the line, there might be something new. So you need to be very, very open to it, and you need to upgrade every now and then while choosing. And yes, how you all are going to do it? Know yourself first. ज़रा खुद के साथ वक्त बिताइएगा. It's a request these days because we can talk about others very well. Believe me, किसी के बारे में पूछो, हम you know how much you all can talk. वो ऐसी है, वो वैसा है. थोड़ा खुद के बारे में, when I'm talking about self introspection, ऐसा तो नहीं है ना कि आप लोगों को क्या बता रहे हो और आप क्या हो. ज़रा ध्यान दीजिएगा यहाँ पर. You can fool the world, but you know how you are. Talk time काफ़ी होता है सब यहाँ, but talk relevant matters, especially related to careers. It could be friends, it could be relatives. Yes, you need to have information. Talk to the professionals in the field. And yes, the most scientific would be by undergoing vocational guidance, by proper professional guidance. When I talk about it, is proper counselors. These are the counselors by qualification who have done proper MA in psychology or guidance and counseling, because आजकल counselors beauty parlors में भी दिखाई देते हैं, computer institutes और banks में भी दिखाई देते हैं. हम उन counselors की बात करते हैं जिन्होंने proper vocational guidance course किया हो, and that is through assessments. And understand one thing, because this is what I've started now for the past 3-5 years, because कैसा होता है 20 मिनट में आपकी एप्टीट्यूड्स नहीं समझ में आती है. आपको एप्टीट्यूड टेस्ट के लिए कम से कम 4.5-5 घंटे देने पड़ते हैं, प्रॉपर स्टैंडर्डाइज टेस्ट, बिकॉज इवन इफ यू गो ऑन अ गूगल यू विल गेट लैक्स ऑफ एप्टीट्यूड टेस्ट. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट टेस्ट विच आर स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड एंड नॉर्म्ड ऑन इंडियन पॉपुलेशन and which are relevant to you. A lot of students and parents come to me and say that you all don't use international tests, is it? International tests are valid tests, but when it comes to vocational guidance, there are certain standardized tests for Indian population. You need to undergo that. It has to be properly administered by psychologists. Again, psychologists are not meant for mad people. Again, over here a disclaimer, because I'm talking about psychologists who have done specialization in counseling or who have undergone proper vocational guidance. This is what we are talking about. And it is something wherein you are not supposed to be prepared, because most of the time parents do ask us, iski tayari kya karni hoti hai? Tayari kuch nahi hoti. You need to have a relaxed mind, and then only. And yes, it has to be done at various points. It starts right from standard 9th. It cannot be that I did it because center, we do get to people even at the age of 35, 40 who are not very clear. And these days we come across a lot of individuals at the age of 22 to 27 who are not very clear why they did chemical engineering, and then they did MBA finance, and now they are into ICICI Bank, which we have never understood this combination. But yes, this is something wherein you need to be very, very known to. And yes, while selecting college, please take into account your child's performance. This is for the parents and the students. Financial capacity, specializations kya available hai. Because FIJC online admission, you all are going to get all this information. Please be very clear on the subject selection right from beginning. Location of the college. There's no point in going to the top college wherein you will be investing 3 hours of your travel every day. It doesn't make sense. If it is, because understand, whichever college you go, you all are going to get a certificate of HSC board only. The name of the college doesn't appear in your final certificates. Get that thing cleared, because Mumbai University is right from Mumbai to Ratnagiri. So जो भी बच्चा यहाँ पर पढ़ता है उनको सिर्फ एक HSC की सर्टिफिकेट मिलते हैं. So do not ponder too much, और ज़िंदगी में जैसे कुछ हो नहीं रहा, If I do not get into ABC college, please don't get into all those things. And yes, are there any extracurricular activities? Because these days a lot of students are into NCC, sports or cultural activities. Understand those things also. And yes, recognition part. The biggest thing, lot of colleges coming up, lot of training programs coming up. So see whether they are recognized by the proper regulatory authorities, by the university or by the AICT or the DTE. ये जो सब होता है बहुत important होता है, because we have seen students who have taken admission in colleges just because maybe they did not get into the college which they wanted. They wanted to do this called engineering or medical sciences, and after 4 years they come to know it is not recognized. So please be careful on that. And yes, I sum it up that make the most of it. Please accept the reality. Most of the students come to me, ma'am, मैं वापस एक बार बैठ के try करता हूँ. See, it requires, yes, we have seen students having great performances also, but यहाँ पर आपका focus और determination बहुत मायने रखता है. Focus on the positive. What are my positives? Yes, I have secured this much. That's it. Now let's go ahead. And yes, do not compare. आपका comparison वो होता है ना, कब से बोल रही थी मैं, देखा उसको कितने मिल गए, अभी कुछ होने वाला नहीं है. Just accept it, whatever is the percentage. Because for me these days, what are less percentages is also a big question. Because we have seen students with 92% also crying. Students with 65% also crying. So for me, I never understand this concept of less percentages also. Because it is, let's accept we are in a most popular country, and it is going to happen that like you, there are going to be at least minimum 25 students with the same score. So the competition is going to be there. And yes, hone your skills. Communication skills, leadership skills, presentation skills is a must. Because you just can't say हमें MBA करना है. A few students have told me that they would like to get into MBA because personality development होती है. And I get so shocked with such kind of things, because you need to develop your personality over a period of time, just not by doing a small term course. And yes, plan the future very well. With that, I'll say, this is one thing which I always get. Ma'am, ये easy कौन सा कोर्स होता है, और शुड आई गो इंजीनियरिंग डिप्लोमा रूट से जाओ या 12th के बाद, विच इज़ द ईजियर रूट? इट इज़ कॉम्पिटिटिव बोथ द वेज. या मैं लॉ 12th के बाद करना ज़्यादा ईजी होता है या ग्रेजुएशन के बाद? अगेन इट इज़ योर ओन पोटेंशियल, योर कोपिंग एबिलिटीज़. एनी डिग्री इज़ द स्टेपिंग स्टोन. BA बोलिए, BCom बोलिए, BArch बोलिए, MBBS बोलिए, BE, BTech, these are just the level 1 which you are going through. It is not that मैं ABC इंस्टीट्यूट से आ गया तो सब रेड कार्पेट वेलकम. सभी के साथ नहीं होता है, होता है तो फैंटास्टिक, बट इट डजंट हैपन. ऑल करियर्स हैव देयर ओन स्कोप. इकोनॉमी है, साइक्लिक नेचर होता है, नए ट्रेंड्स आते हैं. यू नीड टू बी अपडेटेड एवरी नाउ एंड देन. गॉन इज द जनरेशन विच रिटायर्ड विथ अ क्लॉक. We all need to, because as a counselor also for me, unless I upgrade myself every now and then, be in touch with the academicians or universities, I will not survive in this field. So understand, we all need to do it regularly. हमने students come to me, this is something interesting, like मैंने MCA तो कर लिया, तो अभी मुझे jobs के लिए मैं क्या क्या करना चाहिए, और why am I not getting good jobs? ये जब हम IT कंप्यूटर रिलेटेड फील्ड की बात करते हैं, अपग्रेडेशन एवरी टाइम, एवरी 6-8 months or 1 year is a must. So get to know that very well. And yes, stay fit, exercise regularly, because you all are the generation who will be undergoing stress. Stress has just started right now. It is going to be in your class 12th, during your graduation, at your post graduation. But it और जब हम फिटनेस की बात करते हैं तो not joining gyms and not having a slim figure. We are talking about just give your body 10 to 15 minutes time daily, because what you all are facing now, maybe as a generation we faced at a very later stage. So see that you all are physically fit, then only they say, you know, physical fitness lead to physical fitness. So please remember this, and all the best for your choosing of careers. Happy careers to all. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, we can take it. For IAS, you need to be a graduate in a field. See, IAS, if you see the eligibility, it says graduate from a recognized university. That's about it. So you could be arts, commerce or science graduate, but understand when it is a field like IAS, after graduation you need to invest at least 2 to 3 years for the preparation time. So you could be a graduate in any field, but the preparation levels what you are talking about can start right after your class 12th, basic by reading newspapers, working on your communication and presentation skills, leadership skills and team building skills as such. Okay? Yeah. Sorry? After BMM? After, she has asked what are the master's courses after BMM. See, in BMM there are 2 specialization, advertising and journalism. Now whichever field you choose, you could either do an MA, which is 2 years, or a PG diploma program in mass comm or mass media or journalism or advertising, which are 1-year courses. So these are the courses.
What is the scope for veterinary outside India?
A lot. Yeah, because as you see, research work and the kind of dedicated approach which is given, it is more in the European countries and abroad, but you need to finish your veterinary sciences out here. But again, after going there, you all will have to write their exams for the postgraduate super specialty courses. Then only you might be allowed to. See, when it comes to abroad, it depends upon which country, because each country has its own laws and all. You need to go as per their regulations.
And are there good colleges for veterinary in India?
Yes, there are. In Bombay, there is only one, but there are colleges. Every state, almost every state has colleges. But the number of colleges is less. In Mumbai, you just have it at one place.
Thank you.
Yeah. He has asked a question if his son is keen to do CA. So with 12th, should he take BCom, BAF or BBI? Frankly, any of these courses he can take into. But if you go through the BCom syllabus, the traditional BCom syllabus is more relevant. Yes, the BAF course is equally designed well. He can choose any of the courses, but understand when you take BAF or BBI or BMS kind of courses, there is going to be a lot of project work. So maybe the time which is required to prepare for CA studies may be limited. Whereas the traditional BCom course, generally the college timings are 7:30 to 10:30, so your child can manage with the other professional studies also. But he can choose any of the fields.
I have a question here.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So a little off question, I think. This is a standard presentation that we said, and what are your interests and how one should go to have a better fit. We do not have choices. We got choices of studies. We do not have choices of career when it comes to job. You don't select the jobs, okay? And so my question is that do you tracking any patterns that which is the field which is going to be more remunerative, more accommodating kind? Because if you are not if you are not an engineer, if you are not a doctor, if you are not a CA, then you are, you don't much of choice as of today also. Then you have to go by what is the in thing. Like, you think that IT is going to grow further, or like, see, today they are saying engineering students, the seats are not getting filled. The MBAs are not getting it at global level also. There are downward trends in the MBAs also. So what do you think, where exactly one should try from, this guy is a 10 student, so 15 years or 20 years down they are going to start their career. What will be the pattern? Are you tracking any patterns? This is the field, because this is all middle class people looking for a job. Everything else is all, and I'm talking with respect to certain background.
Yes.
No IIT IIM stays here. All rankers are there in United States and New York, Manhattan. So we are talking about average guys, and what are the patterns, if you can help us with that?
See, as I told you, there are a lot of trends which do happen, which we have seen. When the Y2K came, the 2000, the IT sector and all, there was up, down, we have all gone it. If you're talking about our center per se, I have not done that, to be very clear. What we are doing is we are doing a lot of studies which are already being done by people. Yes, the fields which are which needs the next generation to be there is the infrastructure, education, medical sciences, and yes, research. The renewable energies and renewable sustainability areas, be it in the field of architecture or any kind of new engineering things, which are, that is what is they are looking at. Like if you map it up, it is that way. First is the infrastructure, education, which is not much seen, but you see education sector is the most growing sector with a very much non-glamorous quotient out there. But yes, these are the field, and then whatever comes are could be the subsequent fields which are attached to it. Like if I talk about infrastructure, it will be civil, it will be architecture, it will be structural engineering, but what super specialization which are being given about sustainability or green energy, because green revolution and biotechnology and medical sciences is what the world is looking at. But what happens is these are the courses only at the master's or at the super specialty levels. At the graduate or the undergraduate level, these are the programs for you. Till the time you do not do it, you will not be eligible for that. So that's one thing which you need to consider as such. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
One second.
Ma'am, I'm thinking of doing criminal psychology. Ma'am, does it have any scope in India?
Criminal, you said?
Criminal psychology.
If you are ready to work in prisons and with people with antisocial behavior, there's a lot of work, because you know the kind of crimes which are committed. Criminal psychology or criminology kind of a specialization in India academically is given only at the master's level. You need to complete, in fact there are very few institutes giving this course. Most of the institutes in India would expect you to be a BA psychology and MA clinical and then go, or there could be MA criminology also. If you, again I'm repeating, if you are ready to work with prisons in places where there are antisocial behaviors, then there is field, because this is one field which students are not keen on, at least in India, because we know nobody would like to have a insecure or a violent kind of a career. But if you are open for it, then you should be prepared for it, because it's
Does it have any scope in India?
Not very much, to be very frank, because it is just opening up, because now with the crimes committed, the need for rehabilitation and the need for understanding why all these things are happening is now coming up. Whereas in other countries, it is considered as one of the profession itself.
So which institutes offer this?
That's what I said. Very few institutes in India would be offering. It is only at the postgraduate, at the master's level, which you be given. Some universities are giving as an MA criminology or criminal psychology, while some institutes need you to have an MA in psychology and then give as a specialization. Okay? Yeah.
I was thinking of maybe doing, there is this common thought that BMS is meant for people who are confused, because apparently it has subjects covering marketing, finance, human resources, everything. So I want to do law eventually, but I'm not completely sure. Like I'm like 75% sure that I want to do it. So I was thinking of maybe doing BMS and then doing a 3-year LLB course, because if during the 3-year course of BMS, if I find that I'm inclined towards something else, then maybe I still have the scope of changing my field. But I'm being told repetitively that you should decide now, because if you do it for 5 years, then you save 1 year. So is that big a risk to do BMS and then do LLB, because I'm not sure about law?
See, the thing is, if you're not very sure, then completing a graduation in a field of your choice and then looking at it at a postgraduate level makes more sense. Because, see, when I'm talking about the integrated programs, which is after class 12th, you need very focused kind of a crowd. So you don't have exit routes out there. So if you're not very sure, then you can opt for any of the graduation and then opt for LLB. Else, if you're very clear that I would like to get into law only and this is what is my field for the next 30 years of my life, you can do it after class 12th. That's about it. There's no, there shouldn't be any other thought behind it.
And is there any scope for law abroad or anything? Because
see, if you're planning to go abroad and all, you need to again do their courses. Okay. Because medical courses, law courses, you need to have the application of the local laws also out there. So you will have to redo it out there. You might get credits
But if you want to station yourself in India, it wouldn't make sense going abroad, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Because, see, you don't have an Hindu law out there.
Exactly.
So you need to be in India itself for LLB or BLLB or even for the LLM part as such.
And I spoke to some law teachers. They said that after you do LLB, you shouldn't waste time doing LLM. It's only a 1-year course. They said that by the time you're out there, like after you've done your 3-year LLB, a 5-year LLB course, they said you don't need the LLM, you should directly get into a job. So what is the...
See, ideally, a work experience helps you because what are the cases which you all are going, because during the law course, you all need to do internships also. Whether you do LLM, whether you get into teaching or practice requires strong amount of work experience, and your drafting skills matters a lot. So that's certain things you can keep it to explore later on stage. Right now, if you're not very focused, I would say go for a common law, common degree course and then opt for law. Because again, at LLM level, there is criminal law, there is intellectual property, there is corporate law. So certain specializations which you want, keep it up for later on only after having some work experience, not as of now.
And what exactly is CFA? Because it...
Chartered Financial Analyst.
So what is the difference?
As the name suggests, it is more to do with financial analysis. Again, there are courses which are in India, which are given after class 12th. But I would suggest that unless you have a master's degree or a professional degree like a CA or an ICWA with 3 to 5 years of work ex, do not even venture out, because analyzing finances, you need to have a proper base of statistics, economics, the business market, the political scenario. Everything matters a lot, the product, the industry, everything. So just go to the CFA Institute, which is in US, which is the proper thing, then only.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
If you are not sure which field to opt for after 10th, if the child is sincere, hardworking, and willing to do science, my question is it worth taking ISC or HSC or CBSC? Because
I think that question in today's Times of India has also come in. I think Mission Admission, they have put it very clear, the strengths and weaknesses. I wouldn't say weaknesses. Understand one thing, educational boards have been designed with certain patterns, certain silent features. If you ask the thorough educationist or the academicians, and even I will stand by that opinion, educational boards do not matter. Frankly, it doesn't matter. It is the potential of the child, because we have seen students from the state boards also becoming doctors as well as engineers, as well as the CBSE board and the ICSE board. So it is, the choice of board is personal. You need to know the potential of your child very clearly. Yes, it is true that our most of our competitive exams and entrance exams are based on the CBSE pattern, but there is no statistical data which says that only ISC board students or only state board students have cracked it or something like that. It is individual. You need to know your child's potential and then only take the decision. Yeah. Yes. Yes, that's what I think Mission Admission has already done that work in today's Times of India. They have printed all the, both the things. So you all can go through the curriculum, but frankly, boards do not matter. That is the truth.
What is the future of architecture, means opportunities in the architecture? Like, is there some scope?
As far as human beings are there, you need to construct buildings, residential complexes, dams, hospitals, malls, everything. This is a good question which you have asked, because a lot of girls also do ask me what is the scope for girls in architecture. If you are ready to work off-site with all the masons and all the people around. See, again, architecture, today's architecture calls for sustainability, wherein knowledge of technology, knowledge of design is important. So if you're ready for it, because initially it may not be so lucrative till the time you design something very exclusive. So it's a creative field. So it depends upon.
What is the difference between architecture and fine arts? Can it be combined?
No. Fine arts is entirely different. Pure form of arts, dance, music, sculpture, painting is fine arts. Architecture is purely design of building, dams, bridges, and all. Okay.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
My daughter is in 10th now, so now we want to have one counseling shortly. So is it one counseling is enough, or even after 12th also if we take one more counseling?
Unless it is confusing or she needs an opinion, because see what is happening, there are new courses, entrance exams also coming. With that, even new foreign universities are coming, if the need be. If you have done, if there is a question which needs to be answered, it is better if you go to a professional thing. But it is, if she is very clear, then you need not.
If it is a little confusion, then it is better to take one.
It is better to take an opinion either through email or one-to-one, face-to-face, whichever mode you find it preferable.
Okay, thank you.
There are animals everywhere, so see, yes, but what you say, I can understand the concern what you are asking, because yes, veterinary science in India is not looked up as a great profession, unless you are an animal or a dog trainer or something like that. But yes, it is a very challenging field, and understand one thing, with the limiting forest and zoos and all, in India, there may not be many working job opportunities. But it is there. We require vets also, but abroad, people have taken it in a more scientific manner.
And I wanted to ask you, are there colleges in India which give a practical approach to the subject?
Yeah, you need to, because when it comes to medical, paramedical sciences or veterinary or dentistry, there is theory and practical both involved.
Okay. And how long is the course?
Veterinary would be 4 years.
Okay.
And there could be some internship also.
And there are specialities in veterinary?
That will be at the master's level. See, most of the things which you are asking are at the master's level, at the super specialty level only after, and a few require work experience also after bachelor's degree.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What is the difference between BSc IT and BSc CS?
Computer sciences and IT will be more towards networking. If you go through the curriculum wise, it will be more related to networking and software programming. And BSc computer sciences would be having either physics or one of the sciences as well as software.
So what sort of job will I be doing if I take BSc CS?
Whichever you take, BCA, BSc IT, BA, you will get the entry level jobs of a programmer or the entry level things only, unless you do some certifications to it.
So IT is more of software and
no, software, hardware, graphic, animation, networking, testing, everything. But what happens is when you that's what I said, just doing a BSc IT or a BSc computer science or BCA, or even for that matter, be in computer engineering or IT is not good enough. You need to have certifications along with it, and initially you would be taken up as an entry-level trainee only. As and when you start developing, you'll kept on benches, you'll need to understand, you'll need to clear certain exams even when you're at the work level, and then only you're associated with projects. So it's a continuous thing.
Okay, can you give me any some centers for aptitude test plus guidance and all?
There are a lot of centers in the city itself. Even we do it. You need to take the help of Google or Infoline services for that. Okay,
thank you.
Yeah. See, if it is, if you're eyeing for the best of company, the IT giants, Infosys, Wipro, or Tech Mahindra, what you have asked, what the child should be getting into ideally. See, when it comes to electronics, telecommunications, as well as the IT sector opens up for you. But if your child is very focused and wants to develop programs only or get into networking, then getting into computer engineering or IT will make sense. So what happens is, basically IT will open up, IT will open up electronics, telecommunication, as well as computers, networking part. Okay, but if it is software, it will be just related to software. Again, telecommunications and electronics can also help you up at the bachelor's level, and then taking a specialization at the master's level. It could be both way around.
Yeah, the thing is because the sectors can keep shifting, like telecommunication is no good today, but at least those finance companies banking, these guys are working TCS and they're going booming, and again the dollar difference always pays you higher. That is what is the funda. So today they should start with electronics engineering.
See, what happens is some students are very focused who would like to get into the software aspect only.
Yeah.
See, if it is wherein you're very sure that your child would get into like software, then computer engineering or BSc IT, BSc computer science is also fine. But you would like to keep the options open, not only restricting to the IT industry, then electronics, telecommunication is also fair enough. But it has to be electronics and telecommunication engineering, which be at the B or BTech level. And then at the master's level, your child can get into MCA or MBA systems, or even get into MTech IT as such. Those are the options then.
Thank you.
Yeah. She has asked a question whether CA or a company secretary. Now over here what happens is you need to know the work profiles. While there is a lot of work for CA when it comes to taxation, auditing and all, company secretary wherein the legal formation of the company only becomes the biggest point. So CA, the application of CA work in all is almost in all industries. But when you talk about the CS, the legal formalities, once a company is done, there is, I wouldn't say there is no work, but there is less of work compared to CA and openings also. So CA application is throughout, because even as individual, we require a CA for a taxpayer as well as a company, an IT industry or a bank. So the application work of a CA is much more than a CS as such, because CS would be restricted to only companies.
And if a person is going for a CA, then any other courses is required to be done in addition to that?
CA itself is very demanding, so I wouldn't recommend any other course. Even if the child can manage with the CA studies, it is fantastic. Because the CA Institute does offer a lot of courses, but that also, if you see, it is only after acquiring the qualification, not during the CA studies. So let the child complete the graduation and the CA, because CA is a very, very demanding field wherein you need to have a lot of patience and dedicated approach. So no other studies with that. Thanks.
NIOS.
NIOS?
What do you think about NIOS, National Institute of Open School System, as a board? Instead of choosing HSC or CBSE for my 11th, 12th, if I choose NIOS, I was suggested NIOS because you can get a lot more time for self-studying and all. So what do you think about it?
See, NIOS is also a recognized boards, but most of the time NIOS board is preferred by students with different abilities, or there could be certain learning disabilities also, or maybe for the students who have, not completed the education during that specific age, for them NIOS suggested. Yes, it is a recognized board. You can go for medical, engineering, architecture or any other further studies also, but it requires that certificate that you need that board. So you need to have that certification either from your school or something. Okay?
Thank you.
It's a recognized board.
What are the career options in pharmacy?
In the sense?
Like in pharmacy, if you failed, what are the career options?
You mean the job openings?
Yeah, job or business, anything like.
See, when it comes to after B.Pharm, it will be the most of the openings are in sales as a medical representative. Unless you do M.Pharm as a thing wherein you could be going for pharmacovigilance or pharmacognosy or kind of thing, or even for that matter quality assurance. That will be at the M.Pharm level, which will be technical. Presently with the B.Pharm, the major openings are in sales and distribution only.
And if what is the scope of pharmacy in India? Is it good, or some people told me it's good, some people told me it's like.
See, I wouldn't really like to comment about the scope, because scope is what an individual does. If you're very passionate about the field, like Sanjeev Kapoor is just a hotel management graduate who is a chef and who has converted into a total food channel, has come into it. So see, understand one thing, it depends upon how passionate you are about it, and these days what we talk about it, how consistent are you in taking all the challenges. Because what we have seen is parents which, as a counselor, which we have seen is students give up very easily. एक attempt में MBA की entrance exam नहीं, so they just feel the world is lost and they can't do it. What I'm talking is about the sustainability, and you need to be consistent throughout. There is scope in almost every field, but your readiness to fight it. Like I give an example, like when we started, they used to ask, what exactly are you going to do? Is this a field by itself? Or are you ready to do something like that? Or what are the challenges? Maybe I'm not aware, but I was ready to fight for it. It is about that. Your readiness to take the challenges defines your scope. That's about it.
And if you take management of a pharmaceutical company, it's more of pharmacy or
Pharmaceutical,
management?
no. If you are very clear on specialization like MBA in pharmaceutical management, it will be industry oriented only unless you do the generic PGDM or an MBA course.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Ma'am, sorry. Ajay, can you tell us about your this growth center? Means what's the fee structure and and how much? What are the tests and how much time you give the counseling?
Yeah, you will have to call up for an appointment because individually at a center we charge 2,000 plus service tax for each and every student. There is the testing takes around 4.5 to 5 hours, followed by a counseling session which is for 45 minutes with the parents if the need be, because we have seen some of the students do have multiple intelligences and there could be some issues, so they might require a follow-up session, but most of the times one session is enough. It is only in few cases wherein the father might be having a different perspective or the mother and the child may be at a total different platform, then only a second follow-up session is required. Otherwise, one session is more than enough. But we insist on face-to-face counseling session. We do not do, generally I do not do online kind of things. Okay. It could be, sir. Property, yeah.
So what I'm trying to say, compared to the Nair hospital, that certificate
Nair
is
hospital
final.
will be clinical.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say,
Yeah.
that they take EEG and they're also talking the patterns of LD.
Yeah, that is for that only.
Yes, so that was the question. If LD testing or anything, if that test to be taken, this is what are the score you are giving is acceptable to the people?
See, frankly, when it talk about learning disabilities, there are no new tests or there are no different tests for them. The way the test is conducted would be differently, but the test remains the same. So as such, for vocational guidance, there is no different test very clearly.
Fine. My question
What you're talking about, Nair, is clinical testing wherein a child has to be certified whether the child is having dyslexia or dyscalculia, which has nothing to do with vocational guidance for choosing careers after class 10th.
It will.
It's a different test. See, what happens is, understand one thing, the test could be called aptitude, the test will be called personality or IQ, but the papers or the structure or the manner of tests are different, but the names remain the same. It is about
My question is that whatever score you are giving, will that be acceptable
Yes.
thing? That's what.
Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in the field only. Wait, he's been asking for quite some time. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, for the study of microbiology, is it necessary to do PhD?
If you're planning to become a scientist or the research-oriented area, you need to have a PhD, but at least till MSc you need to study.
So, ma'am, so there are any job opportunities for the bachelors of microbiologist?
Bachelors, it will be very less, to be very
Okay,
frank.
okay.
Till the time you do not do your masters, your application, because microbiologists are required for projects which are related to genetics as well as biotechnology. So you can do that special after completing your masters. Understand one thing, after masters also there are super specialty programs which may not be necessarily in a college, but those hospitals might be training you. It could be for cancer detection, it could be for tuberculosis, or the project depending upon which hospital you are attached to. It is that way.
And ma'am, what is MS?
MS?
Yes.
Masters of Science is generally which is provided by US University. We have MTech out here. They have MS, but a few deemed universities in India have also started giving MS programs. So I wouldn't say equivalent, but their master's program is called MS and our master's programs are MTech or MSc.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, I want to know about travel and tourism in India.
See, travel and tourism kind of courses, there are 2-3 aspects of travel and tourism courses. Firstly, travel and tourism, as I showed, can be done after class 10th or after class 12th also. But if you want to make a long-term career, it is better if you go for something like Bachelor of Hotel Management and Tourism Studies, or BSc Hospitality and specialize in travel and tourism, or you can do a graduation course and do any of the IATA courses. If your long-term aim is only travel and tourism, then I would suggest you can go for management programs, the MBA or the PGDM, also in tourism studies. So over here now you will have to select a route for yourself, whether you would like to do your graduation as well as your post-graduation in travel and tourism, or keep your options open by having a graduate degree in some field, say like a BCom or a BA, and then go for post-graduate studies with the IATA courses in between. But IATA courses are required for travel and tourism kind of a field.
But which colleges offer that courses?
That's what I'm saying. First now you will have to think about it how you want to go. There are a lot of institutions which are giving, as I showed it to you, BSc Hospitality, Hotel Management and Catering. You need to pass the JEE of Hotel Management and Tourism Studies, and then go either for a 3 years course or at the postgraduate level.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would like to ask, are there any courses that I can pursue along with BMS?
See, what happens is BMS as a course is quite grilling, in the sense there are a lot of internships as well as project work. If you see, and again BMS gives you specialization like finance, marketing, and a very few institutions would be giving HR, but most of them are giving finance and marketing. So if you're planning to get into, say, finance, for example, could do some tally course, or go to the BSc and all, go for some short-term finance courses. It depends upon which specialization you're planning to take at the BMS level. Okay, but since the course takes a lot of time, doing some other course really requires good time management skills.
Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. I just want to know about the cybercrime courses, it is basically which route we have to go for it. Is it a computer science or go for an IT field, or is it okay if we go for the commerce line and then he can do the extra courses for the cybercrime?
See, all the possible routes are there. If it is cybercrime, it can be to the computer route also. It can be through the law route also. You could be a graduate in any field also and do the cybercrime courses which are given by certain institutions. The EC gives, the Economic Council, which gives those kind of certification program. Basically, if you are inquisitive and you know the IT field very well, you can go, but there is no per se only one educational route towards it.
Okay, so then what is the scope regarding it? Is if it is done with the science or complete IT field more we have a scope, or with the commerce field it is okay?
See, what happens is when you talk about frauds and digging out that, you need to be a very proficient IT person for that.
Fine.
In the beginning. But we have seen a lot of finance people also getting into this, and also law students. So what happens is, if you are logical enough, if you have that logical reasoning ability, you can get into cybercrime kind of courses, which are at the postgraduate level only.
Okay, then it is not regarding that he has to choose a complete engineering course?
Not see, some students have that, innate knack to dig out things. They may not be from the IT field per se also, but on their own they are doing it. So it depends again whether you or your child, whoever you are asking for, is very good in computers, then he can go through the computer route. If he has taken law, he can do it. Even if he is a graduate from any other stream and is ready to go through certifications, he can get into.
But I get a mixed opinion that if he has not been in the science field, the scope will be very less down. If you are in a commerce field, the thing is
that's what it depends upon the person's ability, because what we have seen, most of the cybercrime experts are from the field of IT right now, as of now. So he can choose the field as such.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Maths also they take.
Excuse me. The child is not confident enough, so they choose PCMB. he may
so
go
I would
for
say
this.
take a vocational guidance first.
See, what happened, you know, because 11th and 12th, if he drop any subject, then there are some possibilities. And frankly speaking, at the age after 10th standard, the child, he's not that much caliber enough. He doesn't know where to go, which path to choose. So he want to take both the things, PCMB. But in 12th, when he appear for the competitive exams, like for engineering and for medical, it becomes difficult for him. So what you will suggest in
See,
that
that's
matter?
what I said. You need to be clear right from the beginning. Undergo vocational guidance, know whether he's meant for engineering or the medical fields in the first place, so that this kind of stress levels doesn't arise.
Because
That's
like in foreign universities, there they have the even if the child has taken some stream, they have that
Yeah,
option.
they have a lot of
They
flexible programs. They do have flexible
But here,
programs.
if the child goes for engineering, then the doors are open.
But see, right now also for engineering in Maharashtra, at least it is just physics and maths.
Yeah.
So still children do have scope for performance out there.
So if the child take PCMB, you suggest that they can opt for 12th also?
Yeah, see, they can, again over here, you see, over here lot depends upon the choices. Can't comment because there are students who would like to take the PCMB, they are not very clear. So that's why I said instead of adding the stress levels later on, if there's a proper opinion or you know your child's potential, accordingly if the subjects are chosen, much better.
Then much
but
better.
Luckily for Maharashtra, it is physics and maths now. So whether he takes biology, biotechnology or chemistry or IT, any of the thing, they're still eligible for engineering.
But for MBBS, then the doors are
Yes.
closed, na? If
Yes.
it drops the
PCB.
PCB. So PCMB is a...
A lot of students do that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm really sorry, but we'll have to wrap up the show soon. So I think we'll just take, Swati, we'll take one last question. Yeah, anyone who's not asked earlier. Okay, this girl here.
Ma'am, if if I study any foreign language, doing my degree together, is it beneficial?
See, for foreign language, how much is your proficiency matters. Like you may take German, French, Spanish, Italian, whichever language you're planning to take. It means you're doing BA or BCom and along with it. But what happens is later on you need to see that you, when you're doing this, see that you're doing it from the proper bodies, not from simple private institutes. Because your level 1, level 2 matters a lot out there. And once you get the proper certification.
If I do it from Mumbai University then?
See, Mumbai University has proper BA then. That's what. Then the degree is BA in French, BA in German or something like that. But if you want to keep your options open, say for discussion, you do BA in history and you would like to take up German or French, you could do it from those Alliance Française or Max Muller Bhavan kind of institutions only then. Okay, but see that you complete all the levels.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We would like to first thank Ms. Swati Salunkhe for patiently, explaining in detail the technicalities of the courses and how to choose a career and what are the aspects to keep in mind while considering. Also, we would like to thank you as the audience to have been an active, participant. We would also like to let you know, in case you feel your questions are still not answered and you've not had a chance to ask a question, we have a workshop happening tomorrow at MS Subbalakshmi Auditorium at Sion West. So please feel free to, come to the venue in the morning at 10 o'clock. And so is one happening on Sunday at Vashi. You can always refer our ad for the detailed address. And if you want to share any such a feedback, please log on to Facebook, the Times of India Mumbai page. Thank you very much.